Hello, YouTubes. How we doing? Everyone feeling busy? Everyone feeling good? Everyone feeling like they've had too much of this drama? A lot of drama going on. Too much. Too much. Too much. But you know us over here at Metrix, we like to stay away from all that. I mean, I have not seen a single beat of this stuff going on. I hear about it, and I have a sense about it from all these thumbnails that keep popping up, and the whole thing just seems really like things have gotten out of hand, right? What is going on? What trip are people on with all this Dan Markel stuff? You know, seems like we've come really far away from the point. Anyway, we will be making some deeper comments on that soon, but not tonight. Tonight, we're heading north. We're heading to Wisconsin. But please, if anyone sees me in Wisconsin, don't say hello. I will be there to work. Okay. Yeah, we're heading north. We're heading north. It's been tricky. It's been tricky. You know, this case is a big case. We've got a 3-week trial to get through. You know, I've been catching up on it. I've seen the whole thing before, but I've been catching up for the last couple of days, just watching the trial, going through the trial, thinking about, hey, what bits and pieces would be good to show on the Metrix channel? Well, the answer is all of it. So it's a really good trial. Great camera angles, great subject, great witnesses, great, really, really great victim impact statements. I mean, dynamite stuff. Yeah. The judge is fantastic. We've got 3 prosecutors on the team that are all good. I especially like the lead prosecutor, and his support is also very good. And then there's a third one that's a little more quiet, but is also pretty okay. And then the defense attorneys, both of them, there's 2 of those, and they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I imagine that the guy we've seen recently in the Apple River trial, he was the defense counsel for the Apple River Romanian guy. I forget his name, but I didn't see much of that trial yet. But I really quite like this guy's tactics, his style. I mean, you know, we hear Dan Rashbaum talk about those lawyer tricks, right? Well, this guy actually knows how to do lawyer tricks, and I don't imagine he's going to be too popular among the Metrix community over here. But you know, that's because he's kind of smarmy, but he's really good at being smarmy, right? The judge, also fantastic judge, who gives us some really good, clear legal lessons in, you know, the rules of procedure. He's explaining them to the jury, but we, as the audience watching, benefit from that spilled down knowledge as well. It's really it's a great show. But I've been thinking, how am I going to, because I'm aware that, not surprisingly to me, not many people know about this case. Ezra McCandless, the transgender killer. Who is she? Who is he? They, whatever pronoun we're using here. You know, it's all good. Yeah, how do I introduce this case to people that know nothing about it? Well, it's been tricky, and to be honest, that's the reason that this show has been delayed, and I haven't been online for days now. It seems like weeks. But yeah, how do I start off? And I think there's no better way to start off than showing you the testimony of a 90-year-old man. What did she do? Basically, she killed a love interest. It's so hard to, you know, I really should find the time to make a fancy, super smooth edit with like royalty-free music and sound effects and zooming in and, you know, but, you know, I just want to talk about it, really. That's what I want to do. So can we just do that? And like, hopefully we'll all pick it up as we go. Yeah, but why not start off with the testimony of Don Sipple, a 90-year-old man who was the man that when Ezra killed her victim, Alex Woodworth. Let's show a picture of Alex. Hey, let's show a picture of Ezra. Let's just show a couple of pictures to get us going, shall we, guys? Okay. So, where's a good picture of Ezra? You know, she has a very varied style. She's a person that sort of continually redefines their gender identity. She couches herself as gender fluid, which I guess means that she can be more masculine or more feminine any day of the week. I mean, I always just called that getting dressed. But you know, that's another thing, guys. I don't want to make this subject on the Metrix channel a super magnet for any kind of gender debate. It's going to be impossible to avoid that to a certain extent because it comes up. I can't find a good picture of her. Well, here she is. Let's share this tab. So there she is, playing a little instrument in Racy Delane's Coffee Lounge. Now, this takes place in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, which I believe counts as northern Wisconsin, which is amazing because it's only about halfway up. But there's really not much above that, you know. On a latitude, it's further north than Green Bay, so I guess that is pretty far up, right? And where's her boyfriend that she murdered? You know, she stabbed this guy 16 times, cutting him in the scrotal sac. Ow. Slashing his throat. I mean, this case has got Jodi Arias all over it, and her defense is quite Jodi Arias as well. PTSD episode. He attacked me. I had to defend myself. I had to kill him. Alex Woodworth. Yeah, and here's Alex. Look at him. Isn't he great? Now, Alex is a philosophy professor, right? He loves philosophizing, and this was part of whole Ezra's defense as well. She was like, he was a cannibal. He was going to eat me. Because he had, you know, he would explore these ideas. Yeah, and this is the road. This is her car. Look, she's an artist as well, right? She's drawn all over her car. There's a big bird on top of the car. Okay. That's kind of cool. I mean, the front looks a bit messy, if you ask me. I mean, you know, it's just like a Sharpie marker. Yeah, but this road is where she killed him, next to this big green trailer. And the first testimony we're going to watch, Don Sipple, the 90-year-old man who's never left Menominee, whatever. It's a township about 30 miles west of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And yeah, she killed him here, took his phone so he couldn't call for help or anything, left him to die in her car, right? And then ran to the nearest house, or walked and went away to a house, found a house, and then knocked on the door and said, "I've been attacked. Take me to the hospital." And the guy was like, "Well, I don't know if I should be doing that. I'm going to call the cops." And that was Don. That was Don. Let's see what we got here. What have we got here? Oh, Discord's lighting up. Yeah, we need to go over to do some Don Sipple. Share this tab. We like to make it like bigger like this. Yeah. Look at him there. Isn't he great? 90 years old, folks.
Excuse me. Don Sipple, DonSipple.
And where do you live, Mr. Sipple?
I live on a farm, E7614, 430th Avenue, Menominee, on a farm.
And is that residence located in Springbrook Township?
That's correct.
And that's in Dunn County, Wisconsin?
Yes.
How long have you lived at that residence?
All my life. I've never moved.
If you don't mind me asking, how long is that?
I shouldn't probably tell you, but it's 90 years.
And do you remember on March 22nd of 2018, a young lady come into your house unexpectedly?
Yes, I do.
And is that same woman present in the courtroom today? Do you see her in here?
Yes, I can.
Can you describe what color shirt she's wearing?
At that time,
Oh, no, right now.
right now, it's a pink jacket and floral on her shirt.
Okay. The record could reflect the witness identified the defendant.
All right, the record will reflect that Mr. Sipple has identified Ms. McCandless, the defendant.
That guy's tie shirt combination is terrible. Look at that. That doesn't look good at all. That's like the tie has become the main event and it's just too much. You need to blend.
Will reflect that Mr. Sipple has identified Ms. McCandless, the defendant.
Mr. Sipple, did you call someone after the defendant came to your house?
You see, she's super kicked up the feminine look here. Floral shirt, pink jacket, woman hair, little meek expression, you know, because she wants to appear really innocent and she's really soft-spoken to the jury and everything. I mean, it's just crazy. But then when she gets convicted, she looks like a boy again. It's
Well, not right away. I was just about to have my evening meal and we call it a den, an addition on our house. It was about 4:15, 4:20 in the afternoon. And I was just about ready to sit down and I saw this young.
I'd love to know what this guy was having for his evening meal. I'm thinking something with potatoes.
Lady go by the windows. And we have a deck on the south side. And she went up that deck. There's only about 4 steps and hit the doorbell about 7 times, I think, 6, 7 times, like nobody's ever done before.
And after she came to your house, did you call the police?
Not right away. She, after I went to the door, which is another door from the main entry, and opened the door, and she looked at me and asked me to take her to the hospital.
How did you respond?
It took me off guard. I didn't quite know what to do at that time, but a little bit later, she said she was attacked. And at that time, then I thought I kind of got my senses together and I decided I'd call 911.
Okay.
But in the meantime, our dining area is just close to this room when I brought her in was utility room. And I went to the dining room and got a chair and brought her in and sat her on this chair. And then I decided to call 911.
And do you remember listening to the 911 call before coming into court today?
Did I what?
Did you listen to the 911 call before coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you Exhibit 163. Are those your initials?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And when you listened to that, was it an accurate copy of the phone call you made?
Going back, I did not listen to that. I read what we talked about a long time ago, and I did not listen to this.
Well, do you remember before we came into court, I played that for you?
Yes, you did.
And was it an accurate copy?
Very accurate.
Okay. I move Exhibit 163 into evidence.
Agreed.
I know he's 90 years old, but you know, did you listen to it? No, but yes.
And also move exhibit 164, the transcript.
Okay, first of all,
Amy, wait until you see what this guy says. The victim impact statements in this case are unique because you have a whole bunch of this guy, Alex. If you're going to kill someone and then say that you were attacked and you were going to be raped and blah, blah, blah. I mean, the reason she killed him, right? Ezra was in a relationship with Jason Mengel, and he was a medic in the army, and he was away on an assignment, and she slept with another guy. And then Jason found out, and then Ezra said, no, he raped me. But she made that up. She was just totally slutting it out in the town, right? Sleeping with all sorts of guys behind Jason's back. So she made up this story that she was raped. And not once. In the evening, she was raped. And then she stayed over in his bed and he raped her again in the morning. You know, and she filed a police report and the full works, right? And it was completely consensual. She was just having a bit on the side. So that all blew up. And then she did the same thing again with Alex Woodworth, the guy that she ended up killing. And what happened then? Oh, there was the same sort of argument. And then she basically she killed Alex and said to the cops he was trying to rape me, and he cut my trousers, he cut my jeans off me, and he carved boy into my arm because it's just, we'll get there. It's hard to explain all from the beginning, but yeah, that's what's going on so far.
Exhibit 163 will be received, and Exhibit 164, again, subject.
Yeah, creamed corn, Simulan. Good call. Good call. This guy has creamed corn and pom puree with every meal.
To well, I'll receive that, but I'll note that there is an objection to it, and we'll elaborate at a later time.
A request to publish the 911 call for the jury.
You may.
Fifteen seconds.
I'm County 911. What's the address of the emergency?
This is Don Sipple calling, and I have a young lady that just came to my house, and somebody attacked her, and she needs a doctor. Her clothes are all torn, and
What is the address you're located at?
what?
What is the address you are at?
E7614, 430th Avenue.
Okay. And is she injured?
Yeah, she's injured. Her mouth is kind of got some blood around it, and her clothes are all torn.
Okay. And she's by herself?
She's by herself. She walked to my house here just recently.
Okay. And can you ask her what her name is?
Just hold on a second.
Okay.
I mean, Don Sipple is the epitome of a responsible, mature adult, isn't he? I mean, like just his manner on the 911 call. You can tell he's a bit like, holy shit, but like he's just like, this is Don Sipple calling. Like no one's gonna know who that is, but it's good to put on record, right? Thank you, Don, for being clear. Yeah, his cream corn is getting cold on the dining table. It's like he wants to get this done so he can get back to that creamed corn.
What's your name, ma'am? What? You don't know?
What's your name? I don't know. Well, Ezra McCandless is not her birth name. You know, we go into a whole thing about that when she gets on the stand. It's quite something. I mean, when this chick gets on the stand, it's like she's being interviewed as a movie star or something. It's ridiculous. I'm really surprised that the court gave the defense so much space to work with, so much freedom, because they go into all sorts of things about her identity and her name change and everything. Her birth name is Monica J. Monica J. And she changed it to Ezra McCandless.
She's in kind of bad shape. She just says she don't know.
Okay, let me put you on hold. Do not hang up. I'm going to start some help, okay?
Sure.
16, 18, 22 seconds.
All right, Don, you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what is your middle initial?
My middle initial?
Yep.
A.
Okay, and your date of birth?
11/29/28.
Okay.
1928. Man, does anyone have a dad or something that was born in 1928? Wow, that is seriously old.
But it's a young lady that's here that needs help. Very quick.
Yep, I have an ambulance and some officers started that way. Did she say who did this to her?
Did she what?
Did she say who did this to her?
No, she said she was attacked, assaulted, and she's from Eau Claire.
Okay. And
Yeah,
did
tell
she
me your name.
say where this happened?
No, I didn't discuss that.
Okay. Do you want to stay on the phone with me, Don, or?
Sure.
Okay.
So the ambulance is on the way?
Yep, ambulance and officers are on their way. I'll stay on the phone with you as long as I can.
Okay, I'll hang on.
Okay.
Sixteen, 19, 25 seconds.
Coming for help. She's coming for help.
So besides her bleeding from the mouth, do we know what other injuries she has? Does she look like she's injured anywhere else?
Yeah, she looks a little bit, there's some other bloody marks on her leg a little bit.
Okay.
And her pants are all torn.
Okay. And how old, if you had to guess, how old do you think she is?
How old are you, ma'am? 19.
19. Okay.
The ambulance is coming. You're going to get help.
It's a
At this point, folks, Alex is about half a mile away from here, up a muddy road, a side road, really hidden away from, no one's going to go up that road. And he's got 16 stab wounds. His scrotal sac has been slashed. He's got a stab in the neck, he is not in good shape. She took his phone, took the battery out of his phone, tossed it in the ditch so he can't call for help, and he's in her car, right? So Ezra is about to go into a major sales pitch. And of course, she's going to have amnesia, right? Because of all of the stress of the situation, of this insane attack, and he never attacked her. She just killed him. Unprovoked attack, right? But the cops are coming now. And she's going to have to, do all this. You can hear this acting start to take place in her voice, like this scared little voice. 19.
She came on foot, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. She just walked to my door.
Okay. Can you ask her who did this to her? Or are you not?
Repeat that, please.
Can you ask her who did this to her?
Oh, just a second. Do you have any idea who did this to you? Just hold on. No, she can't. She's
Pretty distraught.
upset, and
Oh, she's a total hussy, Leslie. Absolutely. She's putting it all around town. Like, it's like, if that's your deal, that's your deal, but deal with it.
I can see why.
Okay. Don, do you have some type of blanket or something that you could get her to wrap her up? Sure, I can.
That's what I was saying about the victim impact statements, guys. The reason it's so unique, we're going to get there, but I don't know when, because there's a whole bunch of trial footage that's just incredible from start to finish. Victim impact statements obviously are at the end, but there's a whole bunch of her family, and then there's his family. And this is a really soft, gentle, intelligent guy, right? He's a bit like Jeff Lacasse as a 22-year-old, you know? He's super smart, super emotionally connected, super calm, you know, and everything like that. And everybody, like, there's this coffee house, right, called Racy Delane's. And let's check out Racy Delane's over here for a second. Racy Delane's is like a super hipster. Everybody who goes there is an artist or a transgender or a philosophy grad or a musician. It's like, I don't know. I think it might make a lot of people throw up. The blueberry muffins are $4.50. Are you kidding? Is that how much a muffin costs? I mean, really? But, you know, people practically lived there. Everybody who goes there was like, they just light up with this thing about Racy's Coffee House, because it's just this place where misfits gather, right? And everybody has a funky hat. Everybody has a jumper that's 3 sizes too big, you know. And yeah, it's not the best pictures selection, but it's this coffee house mecca where everybody who goes there just loves it completely. It's a super club, you know. People Alex would go in there with like huge stack of philosophy books and just read all day, you know. Anyway, we'll get there. It's hard to do an intro to this, guys. And I know a lot of people haven't seen this case before, but we'll get there. We're unpacking slowly. I keep on about this victim impact statement, and I never finish the point I'm trying to make. The thing is that a bunch of Alex's family come in and they give their statements, which are incredible, right? And then a bunch of people, and I don't see this often, a bunch of people, just friends and co-workers from this coffee lounge, they come in and give statements, some of them directly to Ezra after she's been convicted. This is just before sentencing is imposed, right? And what did she get? She got life with no parole for 50 years, right? And she was 22 when she went away. So, you know, that's pretty much full life term, really, isn't it? But then, of course, some of her family get to make an appeal to the judge, an appeal to the court. And Don Sipple actually is one of the people that speaks on her behalf. And as grounded and centered and, you know, level-headed as Don Sipple in his 90 years seems on this call, it's nothing compared to what he says at victim impact statements. They've become pen pals now. I mean, this is like 4 years ago, so I guess Don might be dead now. I don't know, but no, he'll be back. He'll be back at victim impact statements.
16:21:11 seconds.
Yeah, Bama Cat. She's in a female prison. That's the other thing with the victim impact statements. A fellow prisoner who was in on a 3rd DUI charge came and spoke at her trial, like as a victim impact statement. Well, I guess you don't call it a victim impact statement. What do you call it when they're speaking on behalf of the defendant? Whatever it is. But she came in, just this lady who shared time with her in the jail, and said how much that Ezra had helped her and what a good person she was. And it's just, I don't think I've ever seen a case where, when it comes to victim impact statements, that there has been such a variety of, different people speaking. It's quite something unprecedented, as far as I know.
Sixteen, 21, 15.
This is a really good point, Phoenix Meridian. Phoenix tells us that she killed him because she had a narcissistic collapse. I like that term. And needed her ex to take her back and bankroll her and for everyone else to pity her. Absolutely, Phoenix. You must know the case. Like, good. Hey, Carrie Brooke, how you doing? Good to see you. How are the cats?
9 seconds. Sixteen, 22, 35 seconds.
Yep.
She don't have any shoes on.
Okay.
Hands are all muddied.
Okay.
I think she's probably walked quite a ways. I don't know without shoes how far she came, but
Right. Okay. And is she outside of your residence, or where is she?
no, she's in. I got her inside.
She's inside. Okay.
Yep. She's shivering, she's cold. So you had a good idea that I should have thought of getting a blanket around her to keep her warm, but I got her sitting on a chair.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll keep you on the phone here.
This isn't Keith.
Nope, this isn't.
Or is he working there yet? Keith Sunby?
He was in the jail, I know, at one point.
Oh, he was in that end of it.
Yep.
I kind of like this 911 operator as well. He's super laid back. He's just like, this isn't Steve. Nope, it isn't. It's just like, hey, pretty good operator, Oftentimes, at least recently, there's been things to complain about with 911 operators, like the guy in the Dan Markel case that took the call from Jim Geiger. It was like, man, can you please turn up the efficiency, because what is going on? We need help immediately. Like, get help and then tell us when to expect help.
This is a strange situation, one I've never seen, and I've been around a long time.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you called. It's glad she made it somewhere safe anyway.
When I got her and brought her into the house, she wanted me to drive her to the hospital, but I didn't think I should be doing that.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. We'll get her the help she needs. We have an ambulance in route also.
That's just what she needs.
Yep.
We'll get her taken care of.
Yep.
I suppose the ambulance will probably take 10, 15 minutes to get here.
Yeah, they're coming from Menominee, unfortunately, so it'll be a few minutes, but
I'm just about 9 miles from, well, which station are they coming from?
From Menominee, they'll come from the downtown station.
The downtown station? Yeah, it's about 10 miles from there.
Sure.
She's got glasses on. She said maybe I told her she's 19.
Okay, yep. And did you say the blood around her mouth looks like it was dry, or?
Yeah, it's a little on the dry side, yeah.
Okay.
So it must have happened a while ago.
Okay.
I think she's walked quite a ways, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know how she found it here, but that's okay.
Yep.
It's not quite a ways. I think it's about half a mile total, or a mile at maximum, I think. And the cops couldn't find the fucking car for like 3 days or something.
Don, do you have any family
They're here right now. They're here right now. It's the police officer.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go. You speak with him, Don. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Sipple, when you called and you were talking on the phone, was the defendant, was she in the same room as you, or did you go into a different room?
I was back and forth because my phone was in a different area. I was back and forth with calling the operator that I
Sure.
was talking to. It wasn't very far off. It was just a few steps, but it was just, I wasn't far away.
And then when the police came, you kind of let them take over.
There was, excuse me, there was one thing here about the family was here. My family wasn't there. We talked about the ambulance was coming. My family was not there.
Okay. So you were the only person in the house?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And at any time when you were with the defendant, did you observe her crying?
I never really saw any tears, but she was visibly shaken, because of what had taken place. She just, she was really upset because
Sure.
of what she'd gone through.
But you don't know what she went through. She didn't tell you what happened.
No idea.
Okay.
And I didn't question about that.
Sure.
But
Okay.
one thing she did after she said she was attacked, after I got her into the house, I looked out the window to see if somebody else might be following her, but there was nobody.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
And I think we'll leave Don Sipple there for the moment, guys, and we'll move on. We'll move right on to the police interview. So what happens is Ezra is taken. She's got basically, after she stabbed Alex 16 times. Here's Alex again. Look, isn't he great? Look at him. Philosophy professor. You philosophy professor, you. After she stabbed this guy 16 times with one hell of a knife. I mean, vicious knife, serrated edge and everything, After she stabbed this guy 16 times, she started to cut like superficial cuts on herself. But obviously that hurts. So the doctor took one look at it and said, yeah, this looks self-inflicted. And she carved the word boy into her arm and told the police that Alex did that, So anyway, she's taken to a medical center to get cleaned up and treated for these injuries on the grounds that she has been attacked. And that's all the cops know at the moment. They don't know who she was with. They don't know Alex is missing. They don't know anything, right? It's just this girl has been attacked and we better take her to a medical center to get help. But the detective who gets the case learns that she's been with Alex and comes to interview her at the hospital or the medical place. And I think there's 2 interviews in this video, and one is before they've found the car and Alex's body, and one is after they've found the car and Alex's body. So there's quite a development taking place here. Let's check that out right now.
All right, here she is.
Hi, Ezra. How are you doing?
I'm tired.
Tired, yeah. When we get done, how should I exit the store? Unlock from the inside?
Yep.
Should she just stay here and I can get someone, or how do you want me to do that?
She can go back to her room.
Okay, you know where you're gonna go there?
I just fell asleep.
Oh, sorry to wake you, Ezra.
That's okay.
How are you doing?
That's okay.
Yeah, sounds like you've been through the winter, kind of having a mess going on, huh? All right, well, I'm here on kind of twofold. I guess kind of try to figure out, like where Alex might be.
Yeah.
So right now we can't find him. Okay, we can't find your car either.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm here to talk to you about. But first off, I want to know how you're feeling, how you're doing.
Not great,
No.
to be honest. I was a little better this morning and I got a little bit.
Good.
And then I had a meeting with the doctor and stuff, and they're trying to figure out which medications I should be on, things
Okay.
like that, for depression and anxiety.
And just a side note, guys, Ezra has had some practice with these false accusations of sexual assault recently, and she's been in with the police, and she's really toned up that that delicate female in distress vibe, you know. She's got the body language down, she's got the vocal tone down, she's got all of it down to say, I'm a innocent childlike female in distress that needs help. And you know, that's a major part of her sales pitch in this amnesia ridden excuse of she's been through a trauma and it's all fuzzy and there was a fog that rolled in and I don't remember, you know.
And stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's great that you're meeting with these guys and getting some help and
Yeah.
getting you the stuff that you need, you know, the medication that you need to make you feel better.
Right now, things are, I'm trying so hard in my head trying to get things to come in, but they just, it's just like it keeps getting blocked out and blocked out.
And you know, this is a thing. This girl is 20 years old, right? 20 years old. And, you know, if she was a little older, she'd know how little sense it makes. Yes, I keep trying and trying to get things to come back to me, but they're just blocked out. They're blocked out. Bullshit, girl. We're real people over here. You know, like there's a real danger zone with the developmental period of being 20, isn't there? Where you think that that's it. Now you know everything, right? But really, you know nothing. And anyone who's older than you is like, yeah, we see through all of this.
Blacked out.
Okay.
And I get really frustrated with this.
Yeah, well, just take our time. Okay. So I kind of want to walk through yesterday. Okay. I've got some of this stuff, but
Yeah.
why don't you tell me about yesterday, what you remember?
Yesterday,
Like the cop is come in here super, oh, how are you doing? Are you getting the medication that you need? There's all this sort of, your well-being is the most important thing, blah, blah, blah. But we also want to talk about Alex. But just his little response there to when she was like, oh, I keep trying to get it to come back and it's just blocked out. He's like, okay, well, we'll just take our time.
it's just like it keeps getting blocked out and blocked out and blocked out.
Okay.
And I get really frustrated with this.
Yeah, well, just take our time. Okay. So I kind of want to walk through yesterday. Okay. I've got some of this stuff, but
Yeah.
why don't you tell me about yesterday, what you remember?
Yesterday, I got up in the morning and I got done looking at, because I've been journaling a lot.
Okay.
And I got up and I looked at the journals I was journaling and starting to journal.
Where are those journals at?
My computer, if you guys want it.
But I mean, where are they located?
Google Docs.
I know, but where's your
My
computer?
dad's.
Okay, in Stanley?
Yep.
Okay,
But it's an online thing, so you just need my email.
okay. All right, continue. Sorry about that.
And then, so I was journaling and checking my email to see if I have any emails from the place I started.
Really upfront with that, huh? You're just going to hand over your Google Docs passwords to your journal entries? I mean, that's the other thing about this case, guys. Everybody in this case keeps a journal. I mean, no disrespect to anyone that keeps a journal, but I've never understood that. You know, what is the point of that? You know, it's, you know, do you remember reading Jodi Arias's journal entries? Did they do her any favors?
Working at,
Okay.
and I had nothing, and I was watching a little bit of TV and stuff, checking on the dog and the cat, and then I showered and got dressed, and then I thought to myself, like, I'm feeling really good today and really confident, like I should go return some stuff that just kind of makes me feel sad. So I was like, I'll do that. And I was like, gonna text Jason about it, but I didn't because I thought I would see him at the coffee shop, be like, hey, you're here. But I knew he was busy doing laundry and stuff today too. So I didn't want to worry him. Not today, but that day. I didn't want to worry him much. So I knew my dad would be mad about it because he didn't want me driving because I'm currently trying to get insurance.
Okay.
I was like, I felt like, I could take a step for myself to be confident,
Okay.
So I went and I made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max, a friend.
Okay.
And so I went to Eau Claire and I went to Racy's and I seen Jason at the coffee shop and I said hi. And then I seen Max and I said, Max, I got the painting for you. So me and Max went to my car and then we went to his house quickly to go. He went and got me 2 paintings and I gave him my painting.
Okay.
And then we went back to Racy's and Jason was gone and I didn't know. So I just decided since he's not there, I'll just go finish the rest of my day because I want to be home before 5 because I had to watch Dane, my dad's, I think his fiance now.
Okay.
His son, he's
Okay.
a really good kid.
Okay.
I see him when I work at the school.
Okay.
And I went to town and I was,
So, is her dad gay now? Did I get that right? She says, because I had to watch Dane, my dad's, I think it's fiance now. I had to watch his son. Maybe her dad's gay now.
because I had to watch Dane, my dad's now.
Okay.
His son, he's
Okay.
a really good kid.
Okay.
I see him when I work at the school.
Okay.
And I went to town and I was just feeling really good and positive and stuff.
Okay.
And I went to town and I got the stuff from the trunk and I waited for Alex to get dressed and like ready for the day so that he could come downstairs and grab his stuff. And then he suggested we talk for a little while and I said, okay, I can talk for a while because your roommate's home,
Mm-hmm.
Because then we weren't alone.
Okay.
I think his name's Dave.
Okay.
Dave was there. So we talked about kind of like just life and like how I've been feeling and like situation we went through and stuff like that. We just kind of talked and he seemed kind of iffy about it. He seemed pretty upset still that I've been talking to Jason and stuff. But I told him like, this is how I feel and stuff like that.
Okay.
Then he wanted to talk some more because Jason's shown up and I understand his concern because of course he's concerned and stuff and he's just on edge lately too.
I can't find the body cam video, but Jason said when Ezra got to the coffee house, Racy Delane's, she had fire in her eyes. And it's pretty clear that she had this whole list of things to do that day that made it look like it was a normal day. She wanted to exchange a piece of art with Max. She wanted to drop off the heating pad, whatever that is, that she had borrowed from Alex so that they wouldn't have to see each other again. And that was it. It was just like, but really she was planning to lure Alex out. She said, let's go and find a place to talk in nature. And she starts saying to the cops, we went to Owen Park. Owen Park is right on the river in the middle of Eau Claire. It's like the main park of the city, I think. And where they ended up is like 30 miles northwest on this desolate road that's perfect for, killing someone in secret, not going to talk in nature.
Mm-hmm.
It's been really hard for everybody.
Okay.
And then we were talking and
Oh yeah, but what happened was Ezra went to the coffee house. Jason saw her there. He said he saw fire in her eyes and sensed something was up. So he rode his bike because he's a real bicycle person. He rode his bike to Alex's house. And then he was like, Ezra's car was on the driveway and it was running, but there was no one in it. And the doors were open and it was everything felt a bit off. right? So he was kind of looking around, but not really knowing what to do, not knowing whether he should knock on the door. And he was just sort of kind of snooping around almost. And a neighbor, someone completely out of the situation, called the cops and said, hey, there's a guy snooping around that house. So the cops came, and then Jason explained why he was there. It's a really good body cam video. I can't find it anywhere. It's in the middle of the court proceedings, but I can't remember which video it's on.
And then Alex suggested we go somewhere to talk, and I said, okay, that seems okay.
Okay.
So, you know.
So continue.
And then after that, we were talking stuff, and I was like, I really want to go to like a park and stuff. And I just remember I keep saying that. And then after that, my brain just starts to like
So,
fizzle.
all right. So you're at his house talking.
Yeah, after that, my brain just starts to fizzle. You know, my fog, my fizzle fog, it starts to come in, and I keep trying to find the memories, but they're not there. You know, man, you know, and another, watch out for how many times she says the phrase and stuff like that. It's too much.
Talking, you decided to go someplace to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you end up going?
I suggested we go to Owen Park, and I don't know if we actually went there or not. Because I remember going to Owen Park, but I don't know if I actually got to Owen Park or not. That's the scary thing. Because I remember the frog, but I don't know if that's from the other day or from...
Okay. What time of day do you think you would have been at Owen Park?
I don't know when I was there. I remember leaving the house around, I think it was 10 when I left
Your house?
the house to my dad's house. I think it was 10.
Okay. Okay. So did you guys leave Alex's house shortly after the cops came and checked in on you guys?
Yep, because I
Okay.
talked to the officer and said I was feeling fine and stuff, and he said everything seemed fine.
Okay. So then you left, and what vehicle did you leave in?
It's my car.
Don't you think it's nuts that this girl, you know how tall she is? She's 5'2". That is small. This girl over here has just stabbed a guy to death brutally. And now she's in this room talking to a cop who's looking for that guy. I mean, that is a high stress situation, right?
Okay. And then who was driving?
I was driving.
Okay. And then Alex was in the passenger seat?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then we were driving, and I was talking about stuff, and he seemed a little upset about some things, and then after that, it just kind of gets funky, like, in my brain. Like, I just start to, it's like there's a blank slate.
What were you talking about?
I was talking about kind of like the like counseling and therapy and stuff me and Jason want to pursue and things like that, and like how
Is that tan? I'd call that camel.
I don't think I want him to be writing, like if he does know who's writing my number and stuff on the walls of races, if he could ask them to stop and stuff, because I know I was like, I understand you're hurt and stuff also in the situation, but I don't think it's appropriate. Just talking about stuff like that, trying to get things settled between us, you know.
Yeah, someone wrote on her number on the bathroom wall in races and said, call a slut or something.
Because I haven't talked to him since then.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of felt like it felt right for me to like express my feelings, but also even though it's like I also think it's right for the other person in the party to have to be able to express their feelings too, no matter what.
All right.
It might be French mustard, Kerry B, but it's not quite yellow enough to be general mustard. General mustard? Colonel mustard. Sergeant mustard, whatever.
So as you were driving around, this is what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then what do you remember next?
I remember just Alex started getting pretty upset about some stuff.
What was he getting upset about?
He was upset because he he was upset because of John and stuff. Because I talked a little bit about like,
Yeah, kind of a Dijon, right, Carrie B? And Dijon mustard's great. that's one of the best kinds.
Okay.
you probably get questioned and stuff like that. That's what I told him. Is like, I'm sure you might get questioned at some point during the case and things. And he seemed upset about it, but he mostly seemed upset about Jason and I because he told me like that.
Okay, let's all list as many mustards as we can. We've got honey, Dijon, French. What else have we got? English. Hot dog. There's got to be whole grain.
If I proceeded to talk to Jason, he would be very upset.
Okay. So then what happened?
And then I just kind of remember just trying to explain myself and stuff, and then it just kind of gets like fuzzy for me.
Okay.
I just feel like all I can feel is like anxiety and like pain
Okay.
and stuff.
Okay.
It almost feels like kind of like if somebody would have blindfolded you, kind of feeling.
Okay. So then you get found in Menominee. How do you get to Menominee?
I don't know. I just kind of felt like I woke up.
Okay, so what are we saying here? Dijon is a little darker. I think it is mustard, or maybe medallion. Not butterscotch. Definitely not dandelion. It's somewhere between mustard and flaxen, I think. Where's her jacket?
I was scared, so I was just walking down the road.
Where, like, what do you remember about that? I mean,
I remember being cold
okay.
and that my feet hurt really bad.
How about your car? What do you remember about your car, where it was left?
I don't remember much about that at all, actually. I just remember being really cold. And just kind of like, it's kind of like the feeling of like you don't know what's happening and you're scared and you just need to keep walking and walking and running and I don't know.
It's amazing, isn't it? In Ezra's mind, after she says, "Oh, I can't really remember. I just remember being cold and it was scary. And then there was a fog." You know, the cop's just going to write that down and go, "Okay, well, we've got everything we need. And we'll keep looking for Alex. And probably he must have stolen your car and driven to Mexico."
Kind of like, I felt kind of like a scared animal. I don't know how to describe it.
How long do you think you were walking before someone found you?
But this is the danger with these personalities. You know, I felt like a scared animal, you know, because in her experiential history, her family, her friends, her co-workers, they've all bought into that shit and backed off or immediately given her super sympathy, right? But this is a cop, you know? This is a goddamn cop over here.
I really don't know.
Well, thanks so much, Phoenix Meridian, for, what is this? A gifted true crime membership. Well, I'm not exactly sure what that is, but it sounds lovely. And we thank you very much.
It's very, I keep trying to think about it and it feels like it just doesn't happen. Like I try to think about it and all I can feel is just the feelings and not like seeing.
And by the way, guys, if anyone out there wants to support the channel, I am telling you the best place to do that this month, because we have been offline for the best part of 2 weeks now. We're a little bit worried about the bottom line in October, okay? The best place to support the channel is buymeacoffee.com. There's a link right down there in the description, and that is the ultimate place to support the channel this month. I know a lot of you guys love to just send the super chats and the super stickers because that's so cool and it's so fun. But I'm telling you, the best place this month to support the channel, True Crime Metrix, is buymeacoffee.com. Why? Well, it's just a lot easier on this end. And just you all being here is great enough. And I know that we're not going to see Adelson numbers in this series that we're going to be doing. But hey, we've got Sarah Boone starting just next week, right? A week today we're going to be doing Sarah Boone, if the hurricane's all over or whatever. But we're going to be doing another case because this Adelson drama ain't for me. It's just not for me. Let all those guys do what they do. It's not for me. I am going to make a comment on it though.
Yeah. You guys you were located in Menominee. Do you have friends, or does Alex have friends in that area? Dunn County, Menominee?
I recognize the guy's name.
Who?
The last name of the gentleman that helped me. I don't remember his face, but I recognize his. I don't remember the last name either, but I remember thinking to myself when I was sitting there that his last name sounded familiar.
Was this nighttime or daytime that this all happened?
I think it was daytime.
Daytime?
Nighttime.
Absolutely, Phoenix. I think there's a lot of shame to be going around. I have not seen a single beat of this drama, but I've heard a lot about it, and I have a sense about it. But I'm kind of planning to, at this little old True Crime Metrix channel over here, I think it's a good idea to not directly comment on other content creators and what they do and everything like that. If I see something I don't like, I just let it go. But it strikes me that this situation with some of the big players in the Dan Markel area of the true crime YouTube community, it's a worthy case analysis in and of itself. I kind of want to do a deep dive and try and figure out what's really going on. It's ridiculous what is going on. And, whether that damages this channel or not, fuck it. I would like to speak my mind and not hold back.
I think it was in the afternoon.
Hold it here. I got the report just so we can make sure we're.
Do you have his name in there?
So about 6 o'clock at night, our officer came down to the ER. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it happened before then?
Yes.
Okay.
I just remember when I was sitting there, just really scared and confused and stuff. And my feet hurt really bad. But
so between the time of, let's see, the officers leaving your place and 6 o'clock, you don't remember where y'all went?
No, not really, no. I just remember being really scared.
Okay. How about your phone? Did you have a phone on you? Do you still have the iPod, or do you actually have a phone now?
I don't have a phone. I just have my iPod.
Okay. Was that with you?
Yeah.
Were you texting or talking to anyone?
No. I don't know where it is right now.
Okay. Did you have it when you were found by Dunn County?
they looked in it to try to figure out who I was because I kept telling them that I kept saying my old name for some reason. Because I know I'm Ezra, but for some reason I kept telling them I was Monica Carlin because that was my old name before when I was adopted.
Okay. How old were you when you were adopted?
I was pretty young.
Okay. And then you changed your name to Ezra? Or did your adopted parents change it?
I changed my name to Ezra about 3 years ago.
How come?
Just felt right. You know, kind of wanted to feel like I had my own identity and stuff.
Okay. So you get picked up by someone, and then what happens?
By who?
In Menominee.
I just remember
I'm thinking of skipping this, maybe coming back to it and going to a little bit of prosecution opening statements. Maybe that would be the best thing to set the scene here. Maybe it would. Let's see about that.
Out in extreme. This case is about an extreme anger and a twisted form of love. A love so dangerous that the defendant killed Alexander Woodworth in an attempt to recapture the relationship she wanted with Jason Mingle. This is not a case of whodunit. The person who done it, the person who brutally killed Alex by stabbing him over and over again, is sitting before you today. The defendant, Ezra McCandless. The defendant that acted on March 22nd, 2018 is not the meek, mild, fearful girl that you might want to see. Throughout this trial, you will see who the real defendant was. So who was Alex and how did Alex...
Thanks so much, Dan Lawrence, for the super sticker. Really appreciate it, Dan.
The defendant meet. Alex wasn't your typical 24-year-old. He had a Bachelor of Science degree from UW-Eau Claire with a major in philosophy and a minor in biology. At the time of his death, he was applying to graduate schools to fulfill his lifelong dream of obtaining his PhD and becoming a professor in philosophy. In many ways, reading philosophy and writing about philosophy was a big part of Alex's life. Alex spent hours upon hours reading books, reading different philosophy books, and writing about those interpretations in his journals. In fact, those journals will be used in this trial in an attempt to show that the defendant was afraid of Alex. However, when you don't take bits and pieces out of context, when you read the whole journals, you will realize that these are philosophical musings of a young man who wanted to be a philosophy professor. And in fact, the evidence will show that it was the defendant who sought out Alex on the date of his death. Not once, but twice that day. Alex spent most of his days at Racy's coffee shop in Eau Claire. Some would say it's the place he felt most at home, or he felt safe. He was going to Racy's through college. He would sit there all day, reading books, drinking coffee, writing in his journals. Most of his friends were from the Racy's crowd, and he also worked at Racy's coffee shop. Unfortunately for Alex, that's also the same place where he met the person who would later take his life. The defendant and Alex met in October of 2017, and shortly thereafter began dating. Also, unfortunately for Alex, the defendant was involved in a complex series of other relationships. At the time, she was involved in a relationship with Jason Mingle, and later she was also involved in an intimate relationship with John Hansen. You will hear information regarding...
And by the way, this trial gets pretty salacious in the testimony when they start reading out the raunchy text messages. So look forward to that.
These relationships throughout this trial in the months leading up to Alex's death. And the reason why you are hearing these is to gain insight into the defendant's state of mind and what drove her to her actions on March 22nd. In February of 2018, Jason Mengel learned of the defendant's relationship with John Hansen. He learned that while he was away from military training, the defendant had an intimate relationship with his good friend, John Hansen. He also learned that the defendant had an intimate relationship with Alex. And Jason Mengel confronted the defendant about that. And she responded by saying that Alex had taken advantage of her. And after these relationships came to light, the defendant's relationship with Jason Mengel ended. And the defendant's life began to spiral out of control. She had to move back to Stanley, Wisconsin, a place she did not want to be. She had to live with her parents, where she was away from the art scene in Eau Claire, away from her friends at Racy's coffee shop, and most importantly, she was away from the love of her life, the love of the man that she was truly obsessed with, Jason Mengel. In her journals, she describes her relationship with Jason Mengel as an ancient love so powerful that it scares them both. The defendant then began to blame Alex for her relationship problems with Jason Mengel. And around February 24th of 2018, the defendant sent a message to Alex instructing him to not talk to her ever again. And Alex obeyed that demand. From February 24th to the date of his death on March 22nd, there was no communication between the two of them. Instead, it was the defendant who sought out Alex. In an interview to law enforcement, the defendant was asked, what was so important that you had to see Alex that day? And she explained that she had a heating pad and a bookmark that she had to return to Alex. And despite returning those items to Alex, she insisted on going someplace in nature to talk. You will hear that the defendant's acts on March 22nd, 2018 are particularly unusual.
If anyone asks you to go to somewhere in nature to talk, check it on Google Maps. You know, like, what do you mean nature? Okay, what about Owen Park? Could we go to Owen Park where there's like other people around? Or do we have to go to this deserted, desolate mud road in Menominee, 30 miles from anywhere, where no one will hear my screams? Check it out. I want to go and talk to you in nature. It's a red flag.
And I have a timeline of events to show you, and I realize it will be hard for you to read these, but it's more of an aid to help me, but you will be able to should be able to at least see the pictures. So on that day, the defendant the defendant ends up taking her car, despite being specifically told by her dad not to drive. And despite her dad hiding her car keys, she takes her keys, finds her keys, and somehow drives to Eau Claire. And she is seen on the traffic cameras in the city of Eau Claire in an area near Alex's apartment at 10:43 a.m.
Hello, Monica. Yeah, her car. Did everyone see her car already? Let's check it out again. So, Ezra is also called Monica by birth name. So now we're talking to Monica, but not that Monica. Hang on, where are we? We're checking out Ezra's car because she doodled all over her damn car, right? You know, she had a pretty new Chevy Impala, and she drew a bird on the roof. And I don't know what this is down here. Some kind of, what is that? Like there's some cactus or cacti. So it's like maybe she wasn't finished. I mean, the bird looks okay. I don't know why he's riding a bicycle. This is kind of funny. What is this pillow here with the eyes? That's where they found Alex's body. Ah, what a place to die. You've been stabbed 16 times. Your nuts have been slashed. You've got a stab hole in your neck. But no, I mean, some of her art is pretty good. You know, she clearly, like, I don't know about this stuff, but I went through her Instagram yesterday, and you know, yeah, okay, she knows how to use felt tip pens and crayons. You know, some people can do that pretty naturally, and I guess she's one of those people. I mean, it's not great. You know, it's sort of pretty good, I'd say. Oh, hang on, there's no audio. Jason Mangle sees a fire in her eyes, she just said. But now we have to do, how do we get the audio back? Remove and present.
She arrives at Racy's coffee shop. And when she arrives at Racy's coffee shop, she sees Jason Mangle before she goes inside. And Jason Mangle will later tell you that he sees a fire in her eyes. The defendant then goes inside Racy's coffee shop, buys a cup of coffee, and leaves a tip. While for most defendants that wouldn't be unusual, for this defendant, she very rarely paid for her coffee. She either got free coffee or got someone else to buy it for her. And she certainly never left a tip.
She never left a tip, never paid for her coffee. I mean, I suppose if you're not paying for your coffee, why would you leave a tip? It's like, buy me a coffee, but I'll get the tip. I mean, hell, if it's $4.50 for a fucking blueberry muffin, you know, I mean, aren't there cheaper places to get coffee? And the drinks look pretty good, though, in their Instagram. Hey, thanks so much, Leslie B, for the 10 cups of coffee. You are a superstar, and we really appreciate it. Thank you, Leslie.
The person serving her coffee that day describes her appearance as different and that she was disheveled, she wasn't wearing makeup. The defendant then leaves and goes to Max Martinson's house to do some sort of art exchange. And then she comes back to Racy's. And during this time, her ex sort of boyfriend, they were on shaky ground, gets particularly concerned. He recalls seeing this fire in her eyes, and he has a bad feeling. He also realized that the defendant had been doing some journaling about feeling taken advantage of and feeling like she had been assaulted. Jason also remembered that the defendant said that she felt like her voice had been taken and she wanted to get her voice back. So Jason Mangle, he gets concerned and he decides to go on his bike and he starts to head to John Hansen's house. And as he goes to John Hansen's house, he remembers, oh no, John Hansen moved. So he goes to Alex's house. So he rides his bike to Alex's house. And when he arrives, he sees the defendant's car in the driveway at Alex's house. The car is running, the door is open, and music is playing. Jason Mengel gets
Leslie, the coffee shop is called Racy Delane's. That's Racy, Racey. DLANES, I think. Let's check it out. Yeah, here it is. It's Racy Delane's. There you go. RACYDLENES. Super hipster place. Look, they've got all sorts of crazy art on the wall. They've got a couch that hasn't seen the light of day since 1974. You know, and people lived in here. People would come in with their philosophy books and their script writing workshops and their instruments. They've got a pet turtle right on the bar with a little skateboard. How cool is that? Oh my God. Oh man, you know. But when we get to the people, Alex's friends that testify, mutual friends really of Ezra and Alex, you know, you start to see these people that are major patrons of this coffee establishment, and everyone in there, it's like this incestuous family. Everybody is sleeping with everyone else, and everyone is like super, like they spend even the people that work there, when they finish their shift, they stay there. I mean, they've got music events, and they've got summer drinks, lemonade, ice red berry. You know, they've got smoothies and vegan burgers. You know, you know, everyone in there has to wear a funky hat. Look at them all working away, working in the coffee shop. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It seems a bit much. Kind of like the turtle, though. Look at him. That's the manager. I wonder if this place has become like, you know how people like to visit true crime locations? If I was in Eau Claire, I'd definitely go there. But they've even got a cribbage board. How vintage is that? That's so vintage and cool.
concerned again. So he decides to go sort of across the street from where Alex's house is. He's sitting at a picnic table, smoking some cigarettes, and then he decides, I'm going to go in Alex's house. So he goes in Alex's house and learns that everything's okay. And as he's exiting Alex's house, he is confronted by the Eau Claire police. So a janitor.
Oh, you know, is she cute? See Malone? Ezra? I don't know. I don't know if she is or not. I mean, maybe it's because I've had so much exposure to this case, but all I see is a murderer, you know. And by the way, C. Malone, it's the cute ones that you've got to watch closely, right? Isn't it?
Who had watched Jason Mingle while he was smoking some cigarettes, thought this was unusual. So the police come, and Jason Mingle describes to them, this bad feeling, the fire in her eyes. And then the police.
Man, when we get to Jason Mangle's testimony, it is a whole mood of itself. This guy cannot answer a question. If you ask him what the time is, he'll build you a clock. It's like, what is going on? I mean, the prosecutor actually gets pretty frustrated with him, and the judge keeps saying to him, listen, 3 or 4 times the judge turns to him and says, listen, just listen to the question, and answer the question. And he's a military man, so he keeps saying Roger as an affirmative, right? It's one of these guys. Negative, negative, Roger, Roger that.
Let's go and talk to the defendant and Alex. And the defendant specifically tells the police everything's fine. She doesn't mention that she's afraid of Alex or fearful of Alex. And so the police leave, and the defendant leaves Alex's house at approximately 1:05 p.m. The defendant's in the driver's seat, and Alex is in the passenger seat. And Alex would never be seen again. At approximately 1:25 p.m., Chester Davidson, a man who was driving to work on 430th Avenue, describes seeing a vehicle at approximately 1:25 p.m. blocking his lane of traffic, such that he's traveling on 430th Avenue and he needs to kind of weave around this vehicle. And he describes seeing a female in the passenger seat, a female in the driver's seat, and a male in the passenger seat. It's not until 3 hours later, or almost 3 hours later, at 4:15 p.m. that the defendant is seen again. So let's take a look at what this nature location was where the defendant took Alex that day. So this was a narrow field drive in a very rural part of Dunn County.
Yeah, rural part of Dunn County, okay? That's where I want to go to talk, in nature. Could you have a more ominous looking location? It looks like you would drive up there and there would be a single crow in a tree just going, wah, wah. But, a lot of places in Wisconsin are like that, I guess, maybe. Do you remember seeing the intro to Making a Murderer? I love that. Such an atmospheric intro. It really sets the tone, doesn't it? I love his place, by the way. That scrapyard. Well, it's not really a scrapyard, but he's got, 2 million old cars in the yard. I mean, man, I'd love a place like that. Be great. But yeah, Wisconsin's got a vibe for sure.
A place where no one could see or hear what was going on. So approximately 4:15, well, what happens between those 3 hours? From 1:25 to...
And this isn't the lead prosecutor. The lead prosecutor is Mr. DeForest or DeFora or something. He's very good. He does the closing argument and it's just brutal. Are we going to do the whole trial? I mean, it's a 3-week trial. I guess if we fast track it, we could get through the whole thing because I haven't been able to find a bit that I'd be willing to cut out yet. Even the medical examiners that go on and on about tests and stuff. And, it's all very good because the angle that the defense counsel come at is it's just very interesting to see their tactics. There's the woman and the man. The man's called Mr. Nelson. I forget the woman's name, but they're both pretty good. They're both pretty good.
4:15. The defendant brutally stabs Alex. Takes the knife she used, takes Alex's phone, and goes to Don Sipple's house, about a half a mile away. She ditches the phone and knife, though, before she goes and sees Don Sipple. And she makes contact with Don Sipple and asks him to call a doctor. Well, Don Sipple decides to call the police. And when the police arrive, the defendant can provide very little information. She's eventually able to provide her name as Monica Carlin. She's able to describe that she's been attacked by an unknown person or persons. And she can't provide much other information than that. But when asked if there's anyone they can call, she's able to say the name Jason Mengel. So the defendant's taken by ambulance to Mayo for an evaluation. And during that evaluation, she's examined from head to toe for any injuries. And the injuries that Dr. Tillotson, or wounds if you want to call them that, I guess, that Dr. Tillotson observes are some scratch marks on her left forearm that have the words B-O-Y carved into her arm. On her left palm, 3 slight superficial lacerations or scratches on the palm of her hand. On the right outer thigh, 3 linear scratches, or not 3, but some linear scratches on the right outer thigh. A red mark along her jawline that's not there 2 days later. And some scratches.
Like totally superficial cuts, right? So after she stabbed Alex to death, she just cut herself, but was like, ow, that hurts, and couldn't, make a decent cut that would look like someone attacked you with a sharp knife. It was just like, oh, okay, I'm going to run this knife across my skin, and oh, there's a little bit of blood, and that's too much. Medical examiners are really good at spotting that, aren't they?
Near her underwear or crotch area. Dr. Tillotson describes these as self-inflicted scratches or wounds on the defendant. The defendant also undergoes a sexual assault exam. Pretty long, takes a number of hours for this examination. And during that sexual assault exam, she's again unable to provide very little information. But when asked, how did this B-O-Y get carved into your arm? The defendant states,
Yeah. Lot of cello. I think there's some other stringed instruments in there as well, Neverly, but cello, isn't it the saddest instrument that ever there was? What a great instrument. I mean, how the hell? What have you got with those sorts of instruments? You got the double bass. Dum ba dum 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 ba dum dum. And then cello, amazing, viola, and violin, and fiddle. Is fiddle different? I don't know. But cello is just, what an instrument. Everyone should play the cello.
Alex did that to me. When asked what's the last thing she remembers, she states, being at a park with Alex with a frog statue. Remember that the defendant states she's right-handed and that the alleged wounds are within arm's reach of a right-handed person. The defendant is then talked to by Deputy Emmer Shields and Officer Corey Reeves of the Eau Claire Police Department. And she again tells them that Alex carved boy into her arm. And the last thing she remembers is being at a park with a frog statue. And Officer Reeves from Eau Claire realizes or believes that this is Owen Park. The next day, on March 23rd, 2018, the Eau Claire Police Department gets concerned. Alex is missing. And so Detective Prock goes and talks to the defendant. And during that interview with the defendant, she is less than forthcoming. She's able to describe what happened earlier in the day. And then she's able to describe leaving Alex's house. But after that, she says everything just kind of goes blank for her. She remembers being scared and walking to Don Sipple's house. She has no idea. She makes no mention of stabbing Alex, no mention of Alex being by her car. And so Detective Prock, after that interview, decides to go back to Don Sipple's house. He and some other investigators decide to be proactive and try to find Alex. And they see that narrow dirt road. And as they go down that dirt road, sorry, wrong one. I think it's on the screen. They see Alex's body hanging out of the back of the vehicle.
Man, what was that? Can we zoom in on that? How do we zoom in on that? Is that him? How do we zoom in? Oh, man. What is going on there? That's his legs. This is his head. He's got a scarf on, maybe. Oh, what a situation, man. Stupid bitch. You know, for what? Because you were slutting it out with everyone in town. It happens. Move on. You know, you don't need to kill the nicest guy in town because you're a slut.
And so Detective Proc decides he's going to go talk to the defendant again. So they begin their interview, and Detective Proc asks about the defendant's relationship with Alex. And the defendant describes that they were friends, and then their relationship turned sexual. And even though it was consensual, they had a consensual sexual relationship, it just felt wrong to her. She's then able to provide some information how...
Yeah, when she's on the stand, she starts going on about... She's really trying to paint this picture of how sinister the sexual exploits were. And she's like, oh, sometimes he would want to do it in candlelight. And sometimes he would want to do it with no lights at all. And that was very uncomfortable for me because I don't see well in the dark without my glasses. Well, you know, so he wanted to put some candles on while you fuck. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that has been known to happen. You know? Oh, he liked the darkness because he was really dark.
Alex was calling her the wrong pronouns, where she used to have more, or I guess be called by more masculine pronouns, but now she was identifying with more female pronouns. But Alex was continuing to use the masculine pronouns. And then Detective Proc asked her again about the boy, B-O-Y, carved into her arm. So let's take a listen and see what she has to say about that.
Alex been talking using pronouns that weren't my pronouns. I used to go by more neutral pronouns in high school and more masculine pronouns. I talked to him briefly about it, how I was kind of going through identity things.
And just again, guys, I don't really want to get into a whole gender-centric debate. You know, it's not why this video exists. But in this case, you know, you've just fucking murdered this guy and you're going on about your fucking pronouns. I mean, you know, she spends about 45 minutes on the beginning of her testimony going through why she chose the name Ezra and why it felt right for her. And it's like, this is your murder trial, honey. You know, what planet are we on here?
But now I go by her pronouns because that's how I feel comfortable. Okay. But he kept using my he pronouns because he preferred it. Okay. And he used to call me her boy a lot, stuff like that. And I was just kind of like, I don't really identify that way anymore. Okay. Because like I identify kind of feminine and stuff. Because in the past I just kind of was more masculine for kind of like self-protection.
Okay. And so this injury, so what happened? How did this
I guess the way I described it is like on one of your arms. Yeah. Something happened. What happened there? I remember, like, that's when my anxiety got really bad, is because I remember just kind of.
That's when my anxiety got really bad. So I probably won't be able to answer any more of your questions because that's when my anxiety got really bad.
Really uncomfortable because I don't like it when people grab me. Okay. I remember just kind of like being grabbed, and then it just kind of like the anxiety went crazy, like completely through the roof. The anxiety went up. Okay. And then sometimes when that happens, it's just like everything goes black for a while.
Right. So where were you when you were grabbed?
I was in the car.
Okay. And how did he grab you?
Grabbed me by the arm, like right there.
Okay. Where was he?
He was in the passenger. He was in the driver's. I was in the passenger. I don't know if, I think we probably were parked.
Okay.
I think it was before we started driving again.
Okay.
And it was just because I remember it happening, like being grabbed and just feeling hurt and anxious. And then it just starts getting really, really dark, fuzzy for me. Just feeling so anxious.
Okay. And so how does your arm get cut up?
Alex, like, he grabbed it and then he kept telling me about being a boy and stuff like that, how frustrating it is. And then he, like, threatened me.
What do you mean he threatened you?
He didn't say he was gonna do something, but he grabbed me and started doing something.
What do you mean he started doing something?
He started, like, carving something in my arm.
Where is this? On your arm?
His arm.
Can I see?
And so after that conversation, Detective Proc asked asked the defendant, I know you had a sexual assault exam. Do you believe that you were sexually?
They do have the murder weapon, Leslie. But it took them days to find it because she threw it in the ditch on the way to Don Sipple's house. But it's a vicious looking weapon.
Assaulted? And the defendant responds, well, she doesn't know. She just.
So, one of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself? Sorry.
And so she asked.
Yeah, right, Carrie. That's when it starts getting really fuzzy. That's when the fog rolls in and my anxiety got really bad at that point. Yeah, the point where you need all the details about where Alex is or where my car might be, that's when it gets fuzzy.
He asked her about, do you think you were sexually assaulted? And the defendant says, well, I don't know. I just thought that maybe I was sexually assaulted because my pants were cut near my crotch area. And then Detective Proc confronts the defendant. He tells the defendant, we found your car. And I think you know what happened. And the defendant responds in the same interview, yeah. The defendant is unable to say and provide a detailed explanation of the stabs that she made on Alex's body, the different locations, as well as a detailed description of the sequence of events that happened that day. And then Detective Proc asks her, are you sure you carved, or Alex carved boy in your arm? So let's listen to what she says during this time.
One of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself? Did you harm yourself in any way?
No, I didn't want to.
You said, well, what happened?
I didn't harm myself.
You didn't?
No, when I fell, I hurt my hand and I bit my tongue.
Okay. And then the boy carved in your arm.
That's a flag right there. That's an indicator. Did you hurt yourself in any way? She doesn't say no. She says, no, I didn't want to. Right? When someone answers a question like that and shifts the what do you call it? The paradigm. I don't know. It's she's not saying no. She's saying no. I didn't want to. That's a flag. That's an indicator, man.
Okay. The part that throws me off on that is if I'm sitting here and he's going to be carving it in, it's written perfect with a right-hand person like this. Okay, if he would write it in, it would have been reversed, right? How did boy get put in your arm?
So the way she wrote boy in her arm with a knife on her left forearm was perfect for a right-handed person to sit there and use their right hand to carve in the word boy on the top of her left forearm. That makes sense physically. What doesn't make sense is if Alex grabbed her arm and carved in the word boy, he would probably be doing it upside down and backwards. Didn't really think that one through, did you, Ezra?
He didn't do that to you, did he? You carved boy into your own arm. Is that right? Okay. When did that happen?
That happened when I was in the car.
In the car with him? Or why? When
I was in the car after I woke up the second time.
So after you stabbed him and you came back into it, as you put it, because you blacked out, that's when you carved this in?
So within the same interview, the defendant then explains what really happened with the boy on her arm. Detective Propp then asked her, do you think that Alex was trying to sexually assault you that day or have sex with you? And the defendant says, no. I just think he wanted to look at me. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not a knife fight, as the defendant would like you to believe. The defendant used this knife, a knife she had taken from her dad's house within days before Alex's death. A sharp EMT knife. And she took this knife and she brutally and forcefully used the knife to stab Alex in the back of the head, through the scalp, through the right temporal bone, into the brain, piercing the brain. She used this knife to slit him across the throat.
Piercing the brain, slitting him across the throat, and slashing his scrotal sac. Man.
3 times on the right side. She stabbed him 3 times on the left side. And if that wasn't enough, she brutally stabbed him 3 times on the left side of the chest, with one of the blows piercing Alex's lung. She stabbed him in the back right of the shoulder, and she stabbed him in the back, also piercing the lung. And of course, she stabbed him in the genitals, piercing the scrotal sac. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not anger. This was rage, and this was personal. Even after Alex has been stabbed 16 times.
In an interview I saw with this prosecutor, she said that she's been a prosecutor in wherever they are, Dunn County, is it? Since 2011, and she's never seen a crime this violent.
Times.
Done by this little girl over here, this little 5'2" weirdo kid.
Does she use Alex's phone to call for help? No. She has the time and apparent presence of mind to carve BOY into her arm. And why did she carve BOY into her arm? In her very own words, so she wouldn't forget. Because she felt bad and so she wouldn't forget. But moments later, when she walks to Don Sipple's house, she forgets. She forgets everything that happened. The physical evidence and the DNA evidence in this case are important as they contradict the defendant's statements. The defendant describes with detail during her interview with Detective Kroc that as she was stuck in the mud in that nature location, as she called it, she was looking for something to get some traction under the car. And she realizes that Alex is behind her with the knife. And so then she kind of rolls over onto the back seat of the car, and Alex is cutting her clothes. And she claims that she's able to grab the knife and forcefully take that knife by grabbing the blade, despite having scratches on her left hand, despite the fact that she's right-handed too. And she claims that the majority of the fight happened inside the car. But when you look at the DNA evidence from inside the car, these points are all Alex's DNA. The only DNA that was found in the vehicle that belonged to the defendant was on the rear side of the door, over there.
So none of her blood in the vehicle at all. It's all Alex's blood. Why? Because he never had the knife in his hand. When we start to learn more about this guy, he's the most passive, peaceful, easygoing guy. People said he was like a very, very young version of an old man. You know, he's just interested in theory and books and philosophy and a caring person. That is the worst possible choice, to say, well, I had to kill him because he attacked me and he was going to assault me and blah, 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 blah. Because everyone that heard that knew them both were like, no, she's weird and he's really cool.
You will learn that the results of the defendant's sexual assault exam excluded Alex's DNA on the genital and cervical swabs of the defendant's body. The only place Alex's DNA is found on the defendant's body is near those scratches by her underwear line. And so when you examine the DNA evidence, think to yourself, how could Alex's DNA get there? If she used the same knife to carve BOY into her arm, could she also have used that knife to carve herself there? Ask yourself, is it possible for Alex's DNA, his blood on that knife, to transfer onto her body? You'll also hear that Alex's DNA was under the defendant's fingernails. Of course it was. She brutally stabbed him 16 times. That blood is going to drip down the blade of that knife under her hands and fingernails. You will hear a lot of testimony over the next 3 weeks. This isn't like what you see on TV. We're not going to be done in an hour. We're going to be here for a number of weeks. And during that time, I want you to pay close attention to the demeanor of witnesses on that witness stand. I want you to examine carefully that testimony with the physical evidence.
Yeah, the demeanor of witnesses on that witness stand is something to behold. It's especially the friends, the mutual friends, and the Racy Delane's staff and co-workers. They've got a hell of a demeanor on the stand. There's a lot of anger, and they're all pretty young. They're all pretty intelligent and young, and they're stressed out by this whole situation, right?
With the photographs, with the Instagram records, text messages. And then I want you to take the law as the judge describes, and apply the facts to that law. And when you do,
Yeah, Phoenix, Jason's testimony is hilarious. It's like it's quite long, but Ezra lights up like a Christmas tree when he comes on the stand. It's ridiculous. It's pretty sickening. I don't know when we're going to get there, though. I don't know if we're just going to do this whole thing chronologically. I mean, it's a 3-week trial. We should probably skip some. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to Jason as well.
and when the state has met its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Alexander Woodworth, I will ask that you return a verdict of first-degree intentional, a verdict of guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. Thank you.
It's 10 after 4. Ezra is hysterical.
Okay. Now we're going to hear from Mr. Nelson. He's pretty dramatic in his opening statement. And he uses dirty tactics. The defense team uses pretty dirty tactics all the way through this trial. But they do it pretty well, I gotta say. So I feel in a slight conflict about supporting them or not supporting them. And ultimately, they're there to do a job, and that's what they're there to do. And as distasteful as it might be sometimes when they go through these dirty tactics, they do a good job. I mean, I kind of like them, even though they're like, it's like, oh my God, I cannot believe you just said that. I cannot believe you're objecting to that.
She's running. She's falling. She's running. She sees a house, a farm, a door. She follows the driveway. She gets to the back. She walks up the steps, comes to the door, and rings the bell over and over and over again.
I think the judge at this point is like, okay, we've got one of these guys in. We've got one of these lawyers that's like, she sees. She's running. She sees a farm, a driveway, a door. She rings the bell. Get on with it, man.
A farmer from our community sees her. She's disheveled. She has blood on her face, bloody lip, a cut on her lip, a red mark on her neck. She's wearing a flannel shirt, sweater underneath, cut open, shirt cut up, pants cut up. There's blood on her legs. There's a little blood on her front. Her pants are covered in mud. She has no shoes. Our farmer opens the door. She says, "Take me to the hospital." He brings her in, finds her a seat. She says, "I was attacked." She's in shock. She's confused. She's disoriented. He sees she's in distress. She's upset. He asks, "Who attacked you?" She doesn't know who attacked her. She doesn't know what happened. She doesn't know where it happened. She doesn't know much. She doesn't even know her name. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Our farmer calls for help. Let me take you back in time a little bit. A couple of hours before. 10 minutes to 1. Ezra is at her ex-boyfriend's house. She's going there for a conversation. Conversation to confront him about their past relationship and how he treated her. A conversation for closure about how they've broken up. A conversation to perhaps continue their initial friendship, but without the sex. No rough sex. And they're talking in his house, and they're interrupted by a man named Jason Mengel, a 35-year-old man who was outside looking in, checking up on this young woman that used to live with him. When the police arrive, Ezra and Alex come out and they talk to the police. Ezra, in her easygoing, cooperative manner, speaks with them. Eau Claire Police Department Officer Christopher O'Neill talks with both Ezra and her ex-boyfriend. And he says, everything's okay. Everything's good.
Yeah, Carrie Brooke, her pants. Cut. You know, the jurors are like, listen, buddy, we have a food order. Pizza is getting here at 12:30, and like, can we move this along, Mr. Nelson? Her pants. Cut.
12:50. Everything's good. 4:10. She's suffering from what our experts say is post-traumatic stress disorder. How does she?
That's another one, isn't it? You know, everybody blames PTSD. And yeah, it's a real thing. If you're a veteran who has been blown up in Afghanistan or something, you know, I mean, you know, I saw American Sniper. And, you know, but I mean, it's one of these things now where everyone goes, yes, no, it's PTSD. And I'm not saying it's not a real thing. It is obviously a real thing, but people have latched onto it, especially criminals that are trying to get away with murder. Oh, that's when my anxiety got really bad. The fuzzy fog. I keep trying to make the memories come out, but they won't come. They're blocked by the fuzzy fog.
Get from here to here. What happened? That's what this case is about.
Nice visual demonstration, big red pen, Mr. Nelson. Had to be a red pen, didn't it? Look at him. What's he gonna? He's got this chunk of text, and there's another chunk of text. I think it's a timeline, and he's saying, "We don't know what happened in this red box." Can you imagine him when he was preparing this opening statement? He was like, "I know. I'll get a big red pen, and I'll dramatically draw a box and point to it."
How does she get from here to here? What happened? That's what this case is about.
It is kind of effective, though. I got to give it that. I don't know so much about the cut. cut. I think the jurors are like getting bored of that shit. But the big red box, I kind of like, you know, draws your attention, focuses their attention, and yeah.
What happened? Ezra and her ex-boyfriend are out in the middle of nowhere. Her car is stuck in the mud. While it's the middle of nowhere,
It's okay, Carrie. When this guy opens his briefcase, it's just full of red Sharpies.
it's a place familiar to men. She's on her back, in the back seat of a car. Her ex-boyfriend holding her down with his weight. You came back. You still love me. He takes off her glasses, puts them in the back window well. He touches her. Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is handsome.
And this is all bullshit, right? I mean, we know from his roommate that yeah, they had this intimate thing and they were discussing philosophy and the feeling of an ancient love and blah 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 blah. But when it was done, he was so glad that it was done. He was like, yeah, that was a shitload of drama that I didn't need, you know? So him holding her down in the back of the car with his weight saying, you still love me, is all bullshit. And his family are listening to this. I mean, right in this room. Terrible.
Ezra is my shining star. They're in this backseat with him on top. Her head is to the passenger side. Her feet are near the open door. There's one open door. It's on the driver's side. As he's on top of her, he takes a scarf. He covers her eyes. Now, he's done this before. When they've had sex in his apartment in the past, she's agreed. He's done that before. But even when she agreed, it was unnerving. In the darkness that he created, he pushes forward, forces himself on her, and kisses her. She turns and says no. He keeps touching her. You abandoned me. You owe me this. He's touching her. She's tense. Her body is not moving. She regresses in her mind to the times in the past and thinks, let's just get this over with.
Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Love a SWOT analysis, Leslie.
Then he starts cutting. He has a knife. Takes her sweater. And he starts short, slow, methodical strokes, and he cuts her sweater. I want one last time. I deserve one last time. She's afraid.
He's really squeezing in the menacing tones, isn't he? I deserve one last time.
Frozen in her fear, she lay.
I'm not sure about that, Derek. I think this lawyer, you know, his tactics are a little transparent, but and he's really over pitching this opening statement. But as we move through the trial, he's pretty effective. he's pretty sharp and on the ball throughout. I mean, obviously his ethics are in question, but I do kind of enjoy watching him.
He keeps cutting. As he cuts through her sweater, he cuts through her next shirt, and he cuts through her t-shirt, and he nicks her on the stomach. She's afraid. Frozen in fear,
It's kind of erotic, right? Got a bit of side boob, a bit of under boob.
He lays still. He's never cut her before. He's cut her clothes, but he's never cut her before. He moves down. He's cutting her pants.
Hey, and thanks so much, Riding Shotgun and Big Sky for the coffees. That's so appreciated, guys, and that's the best way to support the channel this month, guys, at buymeacoffee.com. So thanks so much for the contributions. You are legends.
Cuts the inside of her left leg. Cuts the inside of her right leg open. He cuts open her leggings. He's on top of her. He has a knife. He's cutting.
What was that? What was that? Kierkegaard. Fear and Trembling by Søren Kierkegaard.
She's terrified. Frozen in fear, she lays still. Her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, Alex, she knows him. She knows that he is a nihilist.
She had jeans and leggings, or I'd call those long johns. It's Wisconsin in March.
And you'll hear about that. He believes life has no meaning. There are no consequences for one's moral actions. She has been back in his apartment before. She's heard his ramblings on about Kierkegaard and Fear and Trembling.
She's heard his ramblings on about Kierkegaard. He's a philosophy student. Let him read Kierkegaard.
One of his favorite things to tell her about was the story of Abraham and Isaac. The story in which Abraham was gifted a son, Isaac. And Abraham loved Isaac more than anything, anyone in the world. But there came a day when Abraham was asked to sacrifice his son. So he took him up in secret, didn't tell anybody else. And Abraham takes his son Isaac out to go and kill him. God intervened and saved Isaac. Ezra did not want to be his sacrifice. She's heard his ramblings before, where he's read to her from his journals, read to her while they were having sex. I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint.
Read to her while they were having sex? You're not doing it right, man. Put the philosophy book down, okay? We can review Kierkegaard later, Like, oh man, what an image.
You, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin. The violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct. She knows of his writings about consent. His writings, merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant.
Yeah, at least can you read something a little more cheerful? Okay? Like, we don't want to know about the pointlessness of existential theory right now, okay? We're in the mood.
She would hear him repeat over and over and over again his personal mantra: love and do as you will. She's read his writings about ritual, the mutilation of bodies, self-mutilation, severance of our flesh. Faith demands that we take a razor to our own most. She's read of his fascination with violence. The secret is not avoiding the violence, but in living with it. She knows of his captivation with cancer.
Absolutely, Phoenix. With one of the guys she had an affair with, John somebody. They start showing her text messages, and she's like, "Oh, working out sure does make you want to fuck anyone that moves." And John's like, "A body in motion wants to stay in motion." And she's like, "Are you gonna pound this anytime soon?" And she's like, he says, "Well, I've got my son all week, but I'll call you when I can." And then she gets back to him after a few days and says, what did she say? Some stupid line, like, "I'm feeling like a snake today. What's wriggling in your mind?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm pretty preoccupied with my son, but I'll get back to you." But yeah, she was definitely putting it out there. She'd send him nudes and say, I'd like to try something like this, but I want you to tie me up first. She's trying all sorts of stuff. And that's fine. But don't then have a defense where you're like, yes, I was afraid because he would light candles when we would have sex. And sometimes he'd blow them out.
Cannibalism. All are contaminated with violence and vulnerability. He writes about eating and being eaten. Now on March 22nd, in that back seat of the car, he's on top of her. He has the knife. He's cutting her.
Carrie B, but then you'd just be another piece of IKEA furniture. What is it with those letters that they use in IKEA? I like the O though. That does look good. I do have an O in my name, but I'm not telling you where.
Her shirt or her pants. He's cutting her leggings. He cuts her leg. She's terrified. He moves towards her vagina. And he cuts right next to her vagina. She is terrified. She knows she can no longer remain still. She must act. She reaches with her right arm underneath the seat to get some leverage. And she twists her body so that she's on her left hip, pulling up her right hip. She pulls her right leg up to protect her vagina. And as she does so, he jabs the knife into her thigh, into her upper thigh. He then starts cutting her pants. On her thigh, there were number 3s. He cuts through her leggings on her thigh. He starts cutting up and down along her leg. She's frozen, afraid, knows she must act. Then he jabs her with the knife a second time. And then it all happens in a rush. She's fighting. She's wrestling, she's fighting, she's kneeing, she's kicking, she's using her hands. She knocks the knife, cuts her hand, she gets the knife, and she needs to get out. He is on top of her. He is in the car. There is one way out. It's through that door. She tries to scoot around through the well of the seat. Her bottom's through there. He's still between her. He's stopping her. He's preventing her. He doesn't let her get out. She moves towards the back of the seat, where eventually, if this is the back of the front seat, her back is up against the seat. Alex is right here. The open door is here. He's not letting her out. She can't get out. He's holding her. He's attacking her. It happens in a rush, and she stabs him. He reaches out, and he grabs her throat. He pushes her head up against the headrest. She can't breathe. She can't breathe. She's struggling for her life. He holds her neck, he squeezes her neck, and he looks her in the eyes. And she just stabs anywhere and everywhere that she can. She is terrified. And he doesn't stop. He reaches his hand up and he pulls at her hair and he whips her hair out and she screams, "Let go!" And he keeps doing it. He won't stop. She stabs him more. He doesn't stop. She stabs him. She wants out. He won't let her out. She stabs him in the head. He stops. He gets out of the car. That's the red mark. Hours later at the hospital, to her neck. That's her hair in the well of the car, in the driver's side rear passenger seat, where he left it after he pulled it out. He's now out of the car. He's on his feet. He's walking. He's up and about. Look at his pants. We'll talk more about that later. He's up. He's walking about. He's in this area here. You can see his blood in different patches on the ground. He's staggering around. She's sitting at the edge of the seat, overwhelmed, afraid, confused, doesn't know what to do. He's still up. She's cautious. She watches him. She hears him. He says, "I need help." She's afraid, but she wants to help. She stands. She steps and approaches him. He approaches her, and then all of a sudden it's happening again. He grabs her again. He pulls her in. He's pulling her down. He is in. He's pulled her in. She has the knife. She reaches around, stabs him one last time. He lets go. She backs up. He stands there. He takes off his coat, throws it on the ground, and lays on the ground. She backs up back to the seat where she sits in total shock, overwhelmed, hyperventilating, panicked. It goes dark. She's in the present. It goes dark. It's present. She's worried she's going to pass out. Her mind is racing. Her body is not responding. It feels numb. She has the knife. Mindlessly and without thought, she cuts her left arm, the clothes on her left arm, and uses the knife to scratch the word "boy" into her arm. Then she's up. She's running. She doesn't know where she's at. She goes back the same way they can. She runs up the hill. She falls. She runs. She falls. She walks. She staggers. She can see the road. She gets to the road. She walks. She runs. She falls. She falls. She drops the knife. She drops the phone. She sees the driveway, follows the driveway. She gets to the door. She talks to our farmer. She tells him, I was attacked. Our farmer saw she was in distress. Saw she was upset. He gave her help. What happened here? Her disturbed and obsessive ex-boyfriend attacked her, cut her, strangled her. She fought to survive. You'll see over the course of this trial the evidence that there was a struggle in the backseat of that car, a struggle between two people. That's not going to be the main issue that you're going to need to decide, I submit to you. Question that you're going to have in your mind is not whether she believed it, but whether her beliefs were reasonable.
For me, Jodi Arias has more redeeming features than Ezra McCandless. She's this, I'm nothing major, but there's not a single thing I like about Ezra McCandless.
In order to do that, for you to determine that, you need to know more about Ezra and Alex. So let me give you a brief, quick, maybe not as brief as we like, overview. Ezra was born in Stanley, Wisconsin. Her mother, Rose, was a teenager, 14, 15 years old. Ezra's father is not a part of their life. Rose raised her there on her own while trying to juggle parenting as a teenager in high school. She eventually finds, back up for a second, when Ezra is born.
That's Ezra's mother. And, she's what, 34? Yeah, you had a kid at 14 years old, 15 years old. That is pretty young. That is pretty young.
Rose has her daughter. She names her daughter Monica. And her and Monica are the two in the world. Eventually, Rose and Monica, Rose finds Joshane Carter. And Joshane adopts Monica. And she becomes Monica Carlin. And she grows up in that house with Rose and with Joshane. I'm not getting too much into the details now, but what she'll tell you, what she's told others, is living with those two in that household was like two tornadoes in the house. That relationship is tumultuous. When she's 12, they divorce. Ezra is in high school. She doesn't feel comfortable in her body. It doesn't feel like it fits with who she is. She starts exploring other names, using other pronouns. She tries out Timothy. Doesn't really work. She tries out Timothy.
Doesn't really work. Yeah, well, I can see why.
Neutral pronouns. At some point, she changes her name. Legally to
Yeah, nice catch, Bob. That did kind of look like Casey Anthony, didn't it?
Ezra McCandless. She finishes high school. She goes away to college for a year, and then she comes back. It's the summer of 2017. She's in Eau Claire. She happens upon this coffee shop, Racy's, where she meets people. One of the first people she meets is Jason Mengel. Ezra is 19, and Jason, a 34-year-old medic within the, I believe it's the National Guard, starts dating her. They start having sex. She moves in. During this time, she's going to Racy's quite often, when she meets other people at Racy's, one of which is Alex Woodworth. And over the summer and the early fall, her and Alex develop a relationship, a friendship, based upon these non-traditional ideas. He's accepting of Ezra's fluidity along the gender spectrum. He also has some odd ideas. He tells her right away about his journals, his fascination with violence, his captivation with cannibalism. And she finds this kind of a yang to her yang, right? She thinks of herself as a positive, glowing, and here's this interesting man who has these negative philosophies. And they get along and they talk. But at this time, she's still...
The trick to Brussels sprouts, guys, is that you need to mix them with, what do you call it? Bacon lardons. Crispy bacon lardons. Little squares of bacon with the Brussels sprouts. Then they're good.
Dating Jason, having sex with Jason. There comes to be a time in the fall where she's throwing up every day, all the time. She starts to figure out, maybe I'm pregnant. She takes a test, and sure enough, she's pregnant. She's 19. Her mom told her one thing is, don't get pregnant when you're a teenager. You can't have a kid when you're young. She doesn't talk to her mother. She doesn't talk to her adopted father. She goes through this in her own mind, sometimes with Jason, who may or may not be supporting her in the way that she wants. And eventually she decides she needs to terminate that pregnancy. She drives to Minneapolis.
Yeah, Jason could have dated her mom. I mean, he was the same age as her stepfather. I mean, that's a little awkward, isn't it? You know, you go and meet the parents of your girlfriend, and you're the same age as her dad. You know, I guess they might have some shared interests. You know, old TV shows.
On her birthday. She turned 20. The day she decided to have an abortion. And after that, she gets home and she's recovering, as you would imagine anyone is, for such a procedure. Jason, not there anymore. He's not there to support her.
Good point, Ryan. Yeah, I agree.
He's sleeping on the couch. Their relationship in public may seem as if they're girlfriend, boyfriend, but he doesn't want any part of her anymore. In fact, at some point he physically leaves. He leaves her alone after this to go off on his own spiritual quest for 3 weeks out west, while his 20-year-old girlfriend, recovering from an abortion with his children, is home alone, trying to sort that out.
Who did she have an abortion by, Amy? Well, I guess the jury's out on that. How would they know? She's sleeping with everyone in town. Everybody in the coffee shop, everyone in Racy Delane's has had a piece. Even Jason, when he's on the stand, they ask him, they say, and who was the father? And he's like, well, I don't know.
During this time, she seeks solace from others. And her and
Ezra is the transgender in this case, Albert. And I mean, she says she has issues with identity, and she switches. She calls herself gender fluid, which basically seems to me like she wants to have short hair sometimes and long hair sometimes, and wear skirts on some days and jeans on other days, or maybe dungarees. She's not actually taking any hormone, whatever it is, tablets.
Alex get along really well. They talk. He's accepting of her regretful decision. He's accepting of her. He listens. The relationship is intense. And at some point in November, it turns sexual. She's living with Jason. She's having sex with Alex. Her and Jason are no longer in the same bed. They are not intimate. Her relationship with Alex continues to grow in intensity. They don't see each other.
Now, this looks like a woman with a past, doesn't it? There's the feeling of childhood abuse when I look at this woman.
All the time.
I think she goes into a little bit about that in her victim impact statement.
But they're at races, exchanging journals. You'll see her doodles in his journals, where she learns about some of his.
There's this bit later when there's a bus driver who was a witness, and he's driving the bus, and he saw Alex and Ezra driving their car to this location, and they ask him, they say, so do you receive any special training when you're a professional bus driver? And he goes, yes, we're trained to make eye contact with the other drivers to give an indication of, what we're going to do or what they're going to do. And he said, did you see the person driving on that day? And he says, yes, I saw the person driving on that day. And do you know the gender of that person? And the bus driver says, the gender of the person driving was definitely female. And I just imagined that Ezra stands up in court and says, no, I'm a boy.
Philosophies. And in the beginning, sex is rather vanilla. He likes to have sex with her when she's in the prone position, because she comes to learn that he likes that look upon her in the back, in which she looks more masculine. The sex grows in intensity, becomes
everyone likes that position.
Painful, becomes rough. Sometimes she just goes along. Sometimes she says, no, that hurts, stop. And he doesn't listen. She just goes along. Come January, juggling these two, Jason and Alex, Alex wants more of a commitment from her. Alex says, I want you to be mine, only mine. She's like, no, this is getting too intense. I can't do that. I'm not ready to do that. And Alex says, well, if I can't have you, I don't want to be here. And he calls her up and he tells her that he attempted suicide. She comes over and she sees him in January where he had taken a knife and he'd cut his wrists. He tells her about what that meant to him. He tells her about how easy it was to use that knife because he says he likes suffering. He doesn't feel pain. And she's conflicted. Jason is actually there with her. Jason helps to bandage up Alex's arms. And she's conflicted, and she's back again saying, okay, I will continue to be with Alex. During this time, she reads different portions of Alex's journal. I just want to read some of these to you as it evolves through time. In November, Alex writes, I was further contaminated. This is all mutated. I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy. I wanted to be loved, but refused to believe it possible. I wanted to be alive, but lacked a heart.
Albert, she's born a female, and she's never transitioned to a male medically. But with Ezra, it's an issue of how she identifies and how she portrays herself to others. You know, so she just wanted people to refer to her with masculine pronouns and dress masculine and, you know, do boy things. That's all it is.
Heart. And you hurt me. I hated myself through you. And you were a living death. Everything I said came to be a lie. I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I. Later in November, he writes, I mistook the innocent play, your desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism where you asked to be seen erotically. Again in November, I destroy what I find. I break things apart to see what they're really made of, for better or for worse. I have a habit of breaking people's lives, of destroying and analyzing them. I am attacking this for the sake of my sadism. In December, he writes, I have been cautious, gentle, tender, and careful. Little do most know that this is precisely how one makes their way around in the dark. In the dark, one touches more to learn than to manipulate. Devoid of sight, we use our hands to explore. Utterly vulnerable. Vulnerable explanation is intentionally gentle, but out of self-concern. Aggression backfires when obstacles are unknown. Hunting in the dark, as he likes to call it. In December, he says, I am in so much pain because you love me, and still you hope to abandon me to my loneliness again. In February, as their relationship is dwindling. For to give purely to suicide can involve a cessation of violence, but it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder in order to provide. I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to torturous guilt. That's her ex-boyfriend. She doesn't want to commit fully to him. She doesn't get the solace that she needs from Jason. Jason leaves sometime in February to go off on his National Guard duty. She's not hitting it off with Alex. They have another friend, a John Hanson. And John Hanson and her get together. John Hanson is older. He brings over alcohol, brings her to his house where they have alcohol. And she drinks. She gets drunk. She gets throw up drunk. Pass out, throw up drunk. After which, John Hanson and her have sex. The next day, still hungover, they go back to her place where they again have sex. Jason comes back home a couple of weeks later, and he's looking at Ezra's phone, and he finds this texts back and forth. And he confronts Ezra, pushes her on the bed, asks her about sex with John Hanson. He calls John Hanson, his friend, demanding to know why his friend would have sex with his gal, as if it's his possession.
John is one of the guys that she was sleeping with. The guy with the son who was like, yeah, I'll call you.
John Hanson denies it. And Jason Mengel is wound up. Very, very upset. Jason and Ezra go back to their friend Josh's place, and Josh is worried about Jason. Worried what Jason is going to do based upon Jason's words, Jason's demeanor, everything else. Josh decides to call the police. I'm worried about what Jason might do. So the police are called. The police come over and they start talking to Jason like, what's going on? What are you so upset about? And Jason says, my girlfriend was sexually assaulted. The police ask to talk to Ezra. Ask Ezra if she wants to talk.
Yeah, there's this point where Jason comes to the coffee shop and he says, I need to talk to you right now. And they go outside. He's like, listen, please stop sleeping with all my friends.
There, in presence of Jason, we're down at the station. She doesn't want to talk about it in front of Jason. She leaves with the police officer, and eventually they agree a couple of days later to speak. She speaks with Detective Brown about this allegation that Jason made about a sexual assault. And Ezra.
So it's Detective Prock that took her statement of this false accusation of sexual assault. And he's the same guy that is assigned to, look for Alex and eventually find the car with the dead body and everything. And then, so he's well practiced in monitoring her bullshit. That's a lucky win for law enforcement right there.
Tells Detective Prock about being there, getting drunk, throwing up, having sex after throwing up. And at the end of that, Detective Prock tells her, well, if under those conditions, if you're too drunk, that's a sexual assault. Sometime between the time the police are called and Ezra speaks with Detective Prock about that and is told that it's a sexual assault, Jason Mengel confronts these other two men, confronts Alex, confronts John, and there's a big blow up at Racy's. A big blow up in which the men are all yelling and Ezra's inside. After that, Ezra breaks up with Alex, says, we're done. I can't do this anymore. She doesn't want anything to do with John Hanson. She goes home. She goes back to Stanley, where she stays with her mom. She stays with her dad. And it's during this time in March, after she meets with Detective Prock, that she's given information, victim witness information, pamphlets about counseling, about getting your voice back, about reclaiming who you are as a person, your empowerment. And she begins to journal and to talk about her life and the traumas that she has suffered in that life. And in the end, she says, I want to be Ezra McCandless again.
Yeah, the boyfriend would be having sex with her, reading from a big philosophy Kierkegaard book by candlelight. I just think that would be really distracting. Like, it's not an easy read, you know?
She's at her adoptive dad, Joe Shane Carlin's house, and she's telling him about this. She's pouring out all of this emotion about what has just happened, the intensity of what's going on for this young lady. And he says, kind of a seize the day moment, kind of a nice dad pep talk. Life starts now. Life starts now. Whatever it was yesterday, whatever that was, be done with that. Be the bigger person, be the better person. Starts now. So March 22nd comes along. She's up. She's an adult. She has her own car. She finds the keys and she decides to go to Eau Claire to get some stuff done in Eau Claire. She's got appointments later in the day. She's got appointments tomorrow. There's no plan to do anything other than to go and see some people.
Yeah, this young lady, not a bicycle. She's a town bicycle. Yeah, there's this point because Jason is like, again, when he comes on the stand, he's like super enthusiastic to tell us about his life. I mean, he really just kind of misses the point. It's like, listen, buddy, we're here at a murder trial, okay? This isn't an interview, okay? Like, and he goes on and on about how he's a real bike guy, you know. I built her a bike, and you know, I went to California with my buddy, and we biked from San Francisco up to somewhere else in the redwoods, you know. And yeah, he's just going on and on about these bikes, and then I can't remember what it is, but the lawyer says something, but Ezra isn't a bike, is she? And he goes, Ezra is not a bike. And it's like, does no one see the nuance there, the kind of irony? She is the town bike.
Talk about her feelings. She goes to Racy's, gets a coffee. She sees her friend Max, who she wants to exchange paintings with, and she tells Max, I'm going to go see Alex later. She drives over to Max's house. They exchange this painting. She comes back. She's back at Racy's, drops off Max, says she's going to go to Alex's. She goes to Alex's, where she has this meeting with Alex. The police arrive, and everything's good. But she'll tell you that just before the police arrive, when her and Alex were having this conversation, when she wants to confront, when she wants to create, when she wants to continue different parts of the relationship.
Special mention to Carrie Brooke for this comment. Attorney, you dated Ezra. Jason, Roger. Oh, I like it.
That when Jason interrupts, Jason walks into Alex's home, walks into Alex's bedroom, and interrupts that conversation between Ezra and Alex. She can see everything changes with Alex. Alex never liked, as he called it, her gun-toting boyfriend. And there's some tension between Alex and Jason. And Ezra says, we'll leave. Let's go talk someplace in public. That's fine. We don't need to be in his bedroom. Let's go talk someplace in public. She sees the police. Everything's good. And off they drive. Ezra's driving. Alex is in the passenger seat. As they're driving along, Alex starts talking to her, telling her things about your back. You still love me. You abandoned me. And he's reaching out to touch her, and she's getting anxious. She's getting nervous. She's had that happen in the past where sometimes she gets anxious driving and she doesn't want to drive. They pull over, they switch, they continue driving in the random direction they are, which is basically just on County Road E, straight out of Eau Claire, going west towards Menard. At some point, the car turns off E onto 430th Street, and it's stopped in front of.
Yeah, she's like, oh, yeah, I want to go and talk, but let's talk in nature because we like to talk in nature. There's about 50 parks in Eau Claire. We could go to Owen Park. We could go to one of the other parks. But no, we're going to drive 30 or 40 miles northwest to the middle of nowhere and then drive up this desolate, horror story, muddy road with an old, dead, hollow tree to talk. Yeah? Not so I can kill you and no one will hear your screams. We're going to talk.
That muddy driveway. I don't know if I have that picture up there. That muddy driveway. And they sit and they talk and they decide maybe we'll go up there, we'll park, we'll drive, or we'll walk, we'll talk. She doesn't know anything about a knife. She's anxious, but Alex has at that point never been threateningly violent. He's choked her during sex in the past. He's hurt her during sex in the past. But not outside of that. So she was anxious but not afraid. Then they drive up and the car gets stuck. You'll hear from a witness who says, on the one side, the roadway is out of the sun. So it's still frozen. You can drive up that little section of the hill because it's frozen. Once you get over the top, the backside is on the south exposure. And there it's softer. There's mud. And the car gets stuck. And they try to get it unstuck. They drive into the grass. They get it stuck in the grass. And they're switching drivers. Ezra's in the driver's seat now saying, let me try to get it stuck. And then they finally drive forward. And then you'll see the pictures. It's just stuck for good. The wheels are just buried in mud next to a trailer. They get out. He's smoking some cigarettes. They're wandering around, trying to see if they can get it unstuck, trying to figure out what they can do. She doesn't have a phone. She just simply doesn't have a phone. Alex has the phone. It's Alex's phone. Whether there's reception out there or not, I don't know. Maybe we'll hear from a witness that there is. I don't know. But she doesn't have a phone. She sits on the edge of the trailer and she's contemplating, what are we going to do? Alex is off someplace else, and Alex comes up and he hugs her. She's uncomfortable. She's uncomfortable with that hug. But she's there with that hug, and Alex says, why don't you go back in the car? Why don't you go?
I thought opening statements were supposed to be roughly the same amount of time as each other, the state and the defense. I mean, this guy, he could have got the whole thing done a lot quicker if he didn't have to talk like this, speed it up, man.
Go lay down. Why don't you go there? She's back in the car looking for stuff, laying down. And then that begins.
He's forgotten all about the red box as well. What about the big red box? You had me with the big red box. Then you lost it.
Alex terrified her. He cut her. He strangled her. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about what Ezra did after this traumatic event. And I will submit to you that yes, you should consider that evidence, right? But obviously the order of the events chronologically makes it undeniable that her behavior and statements afterward are a result of the previous trauma. That's what happens. If it's not the traumatic event of fighting for her life, then what is this? How did she get to here? How did she get to PTSD with post-traumatic stress disorder?
She made it up because it was convenient.
Is the state's theory that she's faking and feigning that whole thing as part of some big
Yes, she's faking it.
calculated plan?
Yeah, it's a plan to get out of her responsibility and culpability for the murder. You know, why did she kill this guy? Well, she just needed to be a victim. And, I mean, it's a pretty good question, right? I mean, what did that really... It's an extreme solution, isn't it? You're going to kill this guy in your own car, stab him 16 times all over his fucking body, and just leave him there to die. Take his phone so he can't call for help, even if he wakes up. I mean, just because you want to get back with your boyfriend who's left you because you're sleeping with all his friends. You know, there's more to life, Ezra.
Despite a diagnosis with post-traumatic stress disorder with aspects of derealization and depersonalization that our expert will tell you about? That'll be for you to decide. But before we go over her post-trauma behavior and statements, I just want to tell you a little bit about our experts and how the brain functions, because that's going to be a huge part of this, how trauma impacts the human brain, right? We're going to have two experts, right? One of which is a man called Dr. James Hopper. Dr. Hopper got his PhD in clinical psychology from the University of Massachusetts in Boston. I just want to tell you a little bit about who Dr. Hopper is and what he knows. He's a national expert. He was a fellow at the Trauma Center in Boston University. He was a fellow at the Behavioral Research Laboratory at the McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School. Since 2006, he's had different roles at the Harvard Medical School as an instructor, a clinical instructor, a part-time instructor, and a teaching associate. Nationally, he's gone across the country. He's done trainings for Special Victims Unit investigations for the United States military. He's done trainings to the neurobiology of sexual assaults for the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, which is supported by the Department of Justice. He's even here in Wisconsin in 2018. He did a training on sexual assault, brain experience, behavior, and memory for the Racine County Sexual Assault Response Team, including investigators and prosecutors. Dr. Hopper will tell you about the brain, how it functions. And it functions in two relations he wants to talk to you about, both in the results, I think, and in the memory. So that is how we respond, how our brain responds to trauma, and how our memory.
Oh, she takes the stand, Seema Malone. It's horrific. She takes the stand and she acts like she's being interviewed as a, I don't know, a star. You know, she starts telling us all about her life and what pronouns feel right for her. This is a murder trial, Ezra.
Is affected by trauma. He'll talk to you about parts of the brain that I don't want to go into right now because I don't know it as much as he does, but he'll tell you about the prefrontal cortex where we make decisions and it's our rational.
I'm not sure we're going to learn too much more from why don't we have a look at Alex's mom? That's a short video. I don't think we're going to learn too much more from this opening statement. He started to tell us how the human brain works under trauma. You know?
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Kimberly Woodworth, Kimberly, Woodworth.
What is your occupation?
I work at Polaris. I work in assemblies right now. I did 30 years of childcare before that.
And were you familiar with Alexander Woodworth?
Yes, he's my son.
And where do you live now?
Osceola, Wisconsin.
And did Alex live most of his childhood all in
All his
Osceola?
childhood, yes.
And are you married?
Yes, I am, to John Woodworth.
And how long have you and John been married?
Since 1988, about 31 years.
And did Alex have any siblings?
Yes, he did. He has, he's the oldest. And then Sarah is his sister. And then Jordan and Nicole.
I'm sorry, Jordan and
Nicole.
And can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
He was my best friend. I could talk to him about anything.
Irrelevant.
Objection irrelevant. You see, this is what I mean about his dirty tactics. There's no holds barred. There's no sense of decency. Tell us about Alex. He was my best friend. Objection irrelevant. I mean, dude, that is harsh.
I'm sorry, Jordan and
Nicole.
And can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
He was my best friend. I could talk to him about anything.
Irrelevant.
I'm an overrule. Noted.
I love this judge as well, because he really, when he's ruling on objections, he really sort of conveys like, hey, that was a bit rude, buddy. You know, try not to be so rude next time, buddy. This woman has lost her son and also her best friend, and has just had to listen to you going on at the jury about how he's this violent, raping, controlling, abusing bastard, making it all up. You know.
Good. Go ahead.
I could talk to him about anything and everything, just about everything. He was very easy, very mature with his conversations. I don't know, he's always been like that.
And what were some of Alex's interests?
He loved anything, I guess, nature. He loved anything that lived, moved, breathed. He tried to find understanding, even on bugs and spiders. He wouldn't kill them. He would capture them in a cup and bring them outside, and he'd try and explain that to others too. So.
And what would he do in his free time?
Read all the time and write.
And how frequently after Alex went to college and graduated would you see him?
I try and get down there at least once a month, and we'd have either breakfast or lunch.
And would you ever go to Racy's coffee shop?
We did a few, yeah, probably 5, 6, maybe 7 times.
And when you were with Alex, did he talk to you about the defendant?
He did. He mentioned her name a few times and said he thought she was very nice, easy to talk to, that she had some boyfriend problems, and that he'd take night strolls with her, and she'd just talk to him about it, and he'd try and comfort her.
And do you remember what your last conversation with Alex was about?
Objection, hearsay.
Is there
This guy, honestly, he objects. Like, I mean, I guess he's just doing his job, right? But it's like, you shouldn't object at all to this witness. I mean, just save it for another moment.
exception? State want to be heard on that?
I guess it's a topic. I mean, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm asking.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection then. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
We talked about taxes, his W-2 forms. I had received one in the mail, and I had called him to let him know I had it, and I'd bring it down to him, but I'd never got it. I don't believe I got it to him.
And would you describe Alex as a person who was more concerned about himself or others?
He loved being around people. He couldn't wait to get to Racy's so he could have that environment and that option of talking to the people around him.
And during his lifetime, did you ever witness Alex be violent towards others?
Never, not ever. He was always the person that people had got in high school. He's the person that people would come to talk to. He was the listener.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this?
That is my son, Alex Woodworth.
Okay, and is it an accurate photograph of how you remember
Pretty,
him?
pretty scruffy in that picture, but that's him.
Okay. Request to publish exhibit 1 for the jury.
You may.
Look at that face. Look at that smiling face. Seeing the big picture of her son there.
That's him.
Okay. Request to publish exhibit 1 for the jury.
Oh. Huh? Isn't that nice? And heartbreaking at the same time.
You may. Is that, what's the exhibit number?
Number 1.
Number 1? Okay. Are you offering number 1?
Yes, it also moved exhibit 1 into evidence.
All right. Any objection? Exhibit 1 will be received.
It won't fit on here.
She's just lovely.
I have no further questions.
All right, any cross-examination, Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Woodworth, you may step down. Thank you.
Can you please state?
Oh, this is a different energy. This is Alex's paternal grandmother.
And spell your name for the record.
Joan Woodworth, JoanWoodWorth.
And where do you live?
Osceola, Wisconsin.
And are you retired?
Yes,
What did you previously do for a living?
I was an executive secretary.
And were you familiar with Alexander Woodworth?
Very familiar.
And how did you know him?
He's my grandson.
And are you the paternal grandma?
Yes,
And how many grandchildren do you have?
4.
Can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
We had a really close relationship with us. He did. He came almost weekly while he was in high school and had supper with us. He spent time with us at our cabin. He was just generally with us a lot.
And so when Alex moved to Eau Claire, how frequently would you see him?
We tried to make sure we always saw him once a month.
And what would you do with him when you saw him?
We would go out to lunch. We would see if he needed to go shopping for clothes or food and just spend an afternoon.
Yeah, this lady looks like she's ready to use the old book, you know? We're going to the old book. Don't fuck with the golden generation, folks.
With him.
And do you recall where Alex went to college?
Yes, he went to Eau Claire.
And do you know what his major or minors were in?
He had a major in philosophy and a minor in biology.
And were you familiar with him being involved in the McNair program?
Yes.
And what is that program?
McNair program was a grant program that was established for children who had who were very, very talented, but had no parents who had graduated, or I guess you'd say parents or immediate family who had graduated from a 4-year college. And so he was inducted into that when he was, I believe, a junior. And then he was taken to different colleges where he could be introduced to them for the to go on to college. And he was also went to different conferences where he gives speeches and that kind of thing. And then his last year of school, he actually worked for the McNair program. He worked for one of his professors.
And on February 17th of 2018, do you recall meeting up with Alex at his house?
Yes.
And what did you do that day?
We picked him up and we took him to the family restaurant in Eau Claire for lunch.
And then when you went to his house to pick him up, did you have to wait for him to come out of his house?
Yes.
And did you see anyone exit his house while you were waiting for him?
Yes.
Who did you see?
Ezra.
And is that same girl you saw exit Alex's house on February 17th, 2018, present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Can you describe what she's wearing and where she is seated?
A flowered shirt with a peach-colored sweater.
Yes, in the record reflect, the witness has identified the defendant, Ms. McCandless.
And prior to that day, did you ever see the defendant?
No.
How would you describe Alex's demeanor with you during that lunch?
He was happy, very happy. He was tired. He was very hungry, as usual, and just more or less his usual self.
And did he talk to you about his feelings regarding the defendant during that lunch?
Objection, hearsay.
It's 90803 sub 3, and then existing mental or emotional condition.
I'm going to note the objection and I'm going to overrule the objection.
Just include also irrelevant, his mindset on February 17th. Is not
All
right.
right. So noted, overruled.
So did Alex talk to you about his feelings regarding the defendant during that lunch?
He was worried about her traveling back to Stanley that day because she had had car trouble. And she was texting him and she mentioned that she had car trouble. And we asked him if we needed to go, and see to help her. And he said no, that she said that she knew all the police.
Check this out. This is a text from Ezra in jail or whatever, a message. I wish I could say every day is a new day, but the day is the same as above. Everything becomes predictable after a while. The food, the people, the routine, it's all the same day after day. Even the food is bad. I wrote a letter to the officials of this place on how I wanted pancakes. They laughed at me. Most days are bad. All I can do is sleep. I read, yes, but then at times comes the painful reality that I may never get out of this place alive. So sometimes at night I look forward to sleeping because some nights I dream. The other night I had a dream about him, Alex, right? We were in a classroom of about 6 to 8 people, definitely less than 10. Anyhow, he was teaching a philosophy class, and I guess I was one of his students. In the dream, I raised my hand. He did not call on me, but as he passed by me, I tried to touch his face, his beard. But upon this, I woke up. The room was cold and dark, my roommate snoring. I rolled over in my bed to touch the concrete wall and confirm the sadness of this place. We then later that morning had cold, burnt, hard biscuits and peppered potatoes with some scrambled eggs. Well, my heart bleeds for you, fucking head case.
Police officers between there and Stanley, and she wouldn't have any problem finding someone to help her.
And that day that you took Alex to lunch, was that the last day you saw him alive?
Yes.
And did you ever offer to buy Alex a car?
Yes.
And did he want a car from you?
No.
Did he tell you why?
Yeah, she sells a lot of her art. It's all on her Instagram. I'm going to check out her Instagram. Let's have a look at her Instagram. How do we do that? Searching. Is that on? No. Uh-huh. Yeah. Lizard King. So she makes these pictures in prison, and then she sells them on the internet. Okay. I think they should take away all her art supplies. No more crayons. No more felt tip pens. You can paint in your own blood. That's it. Look at this psycho. I mean, that just spells trouble. You know, if you've got a picture like that, it's, I don't want to know you. Oh, is this Timothy? I think this might be Timothy. Yeah, well, that's her Instagram. It's dirt_fiend, if anyone wants to have a look at it. Dirt Fiend. Okay.
We did offer to pay for his insurance and buy him a car, but he would always say, Grandma, walking is good for me.
And can you describe Alex's character for me?
He was a person that loved people. He loved children. He loved to be around children. He loved animals. He was very, very much into nature. He enjoyed being with family for like holidays. When he'd come home from college, he was always vibrant and telling stories and making everybody laugh.
I have no further questions.
Right. Any cross-examination?
Around these wounds, but you'd see blood pooling like you did the subdural.
Hmm. Well, this girl's pretty good.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Samantha Kobes, SAMANTHA KOBS.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a high school English teacher.
And did you know a man named Alex Woodworth?
Isn't she just a ray of sunshine? She's like everything good and holy in one mustard-colored cardigan. You know, really, really nice, gentle soul we've got here on the witness stand, folks. Samantha Kobes.
Yes.
When did you first know him?
I started working at a coffee shop in November of 2013, and he was a regular customer, so probably shortly after that.
And is this coffee shop Racy's?
Yeah, Racy Dillings.
And so did you become friends with Alex?
Yes, as a customer first. So he was there a lot, oftentimes for hours, and you just get to know the regular customers fairly well. And eventually we
I think mustard color knitwear was the hipster shade of 2018. For sure, at least in Wisconsin, at least in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. If you didn't have a mustard cardigan, did you even really exist?
became friends, and he started working there at one point.
How would you describe Alex when you first observed him as a customer?
Alex was, we would joke and say he basically lived there because he would come in with books and he would be there for hours and hours. He had his regular spot that he sat in. He kind of looked like a very young version of an old man. We would joke that he would just sip his coffee and read his books and kind of keep to himself, at least when he first started coming to the coffee shop.
And around do you know what year you started to become friends with Alex?
I would say probably towards the end of 2014. Yeah, maybe like November, December. We had become closer.
And were you friends with Alex up until his death?
Yes.
And so would you and Alex hang out outside of Racy's?
Yeah, so it started off as hanging out a lot at Racy's. I think the crew there, when you're not working, you're typically still there hanging out. So it kind of started off that way, but we would occasionally go and grab a beer together, sometimes after work, or just visit each other at work.
And how would you describe Alex's personality?
Objection.
Sustained.
So in November of 2017, did you learn that Alex was involved in a relationship?
Yes.
And did you learn who that relationship was with?
Yes.
And who was it with?
Ezra McCandless.
And were you familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
How did you know her?
You see, Samantha Cobes was looking for a roommate just before Alex was killed. And two people contacted her and expressed an interest in the room that was available. She had a really nice apartment in Eau Claire, really happy there. And the two people that contacted her were Alex and Ezra. And Alex was supposed to be moving in. But then he was murdered by Ezra. This girl, Samantha, was too upset to like fill what would have been his room with someone else. It just didn't feel right. So she had to move out and lost what was a really nice apartment in Eau Claire.
She also would come into the coffee shop.
Do you know when you got to know her?
It was probably this summer before that, November, so maybe just a few months before that.
Summer of 2017?
Yes.
And I guess if I can back up a little bit from, you learned in November of 2017, Alex was in a relationship with the defendant.
Yes.
Before that, did you know Alex when he was involved in relationships?
What is relevance?
I think based on the defendant's characterization of Alex, I think prior observations of relationships is relevant.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection unless there's, some.
Okay.
Just sustain.
And so you knew the defendant beginning the summer of 2017.
Yeah. Yes.
And she was how did you know her again?
She was a customer. I'd only met her a handful of times. So by no means did I know her well, but I knew of her.
So fair to say you were much closer with Alex than the defendant?
Yes.
Yeah, Ezra doesn't like Samantha Cobes at all. And why? Because she knows that Samantha Cobes and Alex had a genuine, caring, albeit platonic relationship. But isn't it funny how it's possible to be even more intimate with some people that you're not having sex with? You know? Yeah, she's clearly jealous of that and doesn't understand why, you know. She's just a kid. She's just an idiot kid that, I don't know. It's got in a mess. What a fucking mess.
Did you learn that the defendant was involved in a relationship with Jason Mengel?
Yes.
Overruled.
And what did the defendant tell you about her relationship with Jason Mengel?
Overruled.
In November, that same November, I had been told that she was trying to actively leave that relationship. There was a day that I went to the coffee shop and I was visiting Alex there and she was there as well. And we were all kind of talking, but I asked her if she wanted to go get a drink. And we went across the street to a bar, which I learned she wasn't old enough to be in when she was asked to leave. And when we were at that bar is when she told me, she kind of debriefed about some of the things that she'd been going through in that relationship. And, I shared some experiences as well. It was kind of just like a bonding moment of, talking about unhealthy relationships and the importance of kind of leaving those.
And so, was there anything specific she told you about the relationship with Jason Mengel?
I was under the impression by our conversation that he was very controlling, and she seemed to feel uncomfortable and was struggling to leave that relationship.
And do you know when you had that conversation with the defendant, when you went to a bar?
I think that was near the end of November, maybe very early December.
And did you later learn that the defendant and Alex's relationship ended?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
On February 25th, I was texting with Alex. He was going to be coming to my apartment because he was going to take over the lease from my current roommate. And I told him, we were just discussing the lease, and actually simultaneously I'd received a message from Ezra on Facebook asking if she could come and look at the apartment because I'd made a public post saying that I had a room to fill. So when I was texting Alex about the apartment, I also told him that Ezra had reached out and was showing interest as well. Up to that time, I didn't know that anything had happened between them. But he asked if I could not mention him because they'd had a falling out the day before, which would have been February 24th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This is possibly the most honest witness in history. I don't think she's ever told a lie at all in her life.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 152. I'll just stand up here if that's all right.
That's a good point. How far is Eau Claire from Madison or Windsor, DeForest? Imagine if Ezra had met Chandler Halderson. That might be a good match.
Right. If you turn to the second page of that exhibit, there's some highlighted portions. And if you could read number 30, that's an outgoing message to you. Is that right? Could you read that for the jury?
Yes. Things just went really bad between us, and I don't think she's going to be in town again.
And how did you respond?
Oh, fuck. What happened?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, but as innocent as she looks, when Mr. Nelson gets up to cross-examine her, she really throws it back at him a bit. She's good.
And then down below right there, how did Alex respond?
Jason found out and had a fit at Racy's. Ezra got stressed out and blew up at me for not talking about my past. Woke up to a text asking me to forget her name and not talk to her again.
Thank you. Move Exhibit 152 in evidence.
Okay.
403 cumulative, I think the content is already Yeah, I don't know that we need the document 152.
Well,
Phoenix, that is so correct. Phoenix says, I bet she was going to try to convince her to let her move in for free so she could escape Jason while telling Jason, look at me, I'm looking for my own place and paying for my own coffee. Yeah, I'm a real grown up. That's totally her MO. You know, I don't think she ever had a job. They keep going on about she had a job at what is it called? Joanne Fabrics. But that was for like a week. And she goes, yeah, well, it was seasonal. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, what are you going to do for the rest of the year? And her dad had a tree cutting business, tree service business, owner operator. And she'd help him on that, you know, sweeping up the leaves. And like, she couldn't even, the reason he got the knives, he had to get the knives, was because she couldn't tie knots for his ropes, like in a good way where you could untie them. So he'd have to cut all his ropes. She couldn't even help her dad on a tree business. And okay, she might have some artistic flair. I mean, these pictures over here, you know, maybe not, it's not everyone's tastes, but it's, I guess you'd have to call it pretty accomplished sketching. So maybe she was going to do that. But, you know, how about getting a real job in the meantime? You know, it's totally in her MO to just go and get the house for free and to escape Jason. Drama, freebies, escape.
I'm going to overrule if you'd like to. I'll receive it. And again, any objections previously made or noted. Council, also your microphone is off, but that's okay. You can keep it off unless you need it. Okay. All right, go ahead.
And after that, did Alex make any steps to move into this new apartment with you?
Yes, he came over and got an application, signed the application, and he had paid the $30 application fee, and then was approved by the landlords and the property manager.
And after Alex sent you this text, did you see him after that?
Yes.
Can anyone tell me what Joanne Fabric is? Everyone in this trial acts like that's common knowledge. I've never heard of it before.
And did you notice any change, visible change in Alex's demeanor?
I went into the coffee shop, I believe it was March 10th, and he seemed troubled. He just seemed more quiet. It was a short interaction that night. And then he came to the apartment on March 13th to meet the property manager. And then once she left, we talked for a while. And I guess I understood why he was upset.
And
Okay, so it's a fabric store. So she would just be what, a cashier, clerk, cashier, running up and down the stairs with big rolls of patterned fabric. Everything in there is mustard colored. We have 75,000 different shades of mustard.
did you also?
Haberdashery. There you go, Neverly. That's you get the top score for the fanciest descriptor word of Joanne Fabrics, a haberdashery.
We'll learn that there was a potential sexual assault investigation pertaining to the defendant and John Hansen.
Yes.
No foundation.
No rule. I think this sounds like a foundational question.
Were you aware that the defendant and John Hansen had some sort of relations?
Objection, no foundation. This witness does not have a foundation to testify.
Well,
Her awareness is not based upon personal knowledge. It is based upon gossip or hearsay.
all right. Well, I guess let's start that way. Let's go back. Foundation, any person.
And I can move on. Did you ask Alex something about the defendant and her relationship with John Hansen?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
That's her statement. So what did you say to Alex regarding a sexual assault investigation?
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant.
Well, so you're saying it's what did this witness say
Yes.
to Alex?
What did you say to Alex? It's her statement to Alex.
Well, all right. I'm going to overrule. I'm going to allow you to answer the question.
I was aware that there was an accusation between the defendant.
Move to strike, no foundation.
Okay, well, I'm going to strike the beginning of that answer, but if you would just answer the question. What did you say to Alex without any background or explanation? What did you say to him?
I said, do you think she's going to also accuse you of sexual assault?
And how was Alex's demeanor when you made that statement?
He said he didn't know, but he wasn't worried about it because he had months worth of text messages to prove that it was a consensual relationship.
And were you personally concerned about living with Alex in this apartment?
Objection, irrelevant, no.
Well, I don't know what the answer is, so.
Her concerns about Alex are irrelevant. It's 90404 and 90403, 90402, but in particular 90404, which we had all this hearing about.
I could rephrase.
It gets some indication.
He could be like Chris Watts' older brother, couldn't he?
Where are you headed with that? Is this something we need to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury?
No,
or-
I can move on. Let me ask you this. Were you in a romantic relationship with Alex?
No.
But you two were going to move in together?
Yes.
Were you going to share a room or have different rooms?
It was a 2-bedroom apartment and we would have had separate rooms.
And do you know if Alex has any reputation for peacefulness?
Yes.
No foundation.
Okay, I'm going to sustain on foundation. I think we just talked about that and the various elements of that.
Do you have an opinion whether Alex has a reputation for peacefulness?
Objection. Same objection. Repeat
Sustained.
Okay, do you have an opinion as to Alex's character for peacefulness?
Objection, 90404. No foundation.
Overruled. You may answer that question.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to Alex's character for peacefulness?
Yes, I found him to be very peaceful. He was very calm. He was kind of an old spirit. And I felt that we were very compatible as friends because of that.
No further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ms. Groves.
Well, if Alex was anything near as peaceful as this girl is like a white dove. You know, like she could not be more peaceful.
I want to ask you some questions about your comments about this young lady here next to me, Ms. McCandless, okay?
Yeah.
He always does these smirks when he's asking questions as well. I think he does it to like freak out the witnesses, so they're like, why is he smiling like that? And then they forget to answer the question or something. It's like a hypnosis trick.
Yes.
You said that you had had a conversation with her in November, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you bonded based upon both of your experiences in unhealthy relationships.
I believe I meant that the conversation was something that we could, both add to, but I don't know that it was like a I didn't mean to suggest that we became friends after that.
You had a conversation,
Yes,
and the conversation was about unhealthy relationships.
yes,
Unhealthy relationships that both of you had been in.
yes.
An unhealthy relationship that she was in at the moment she was having that conversation.
I don't know whether she technically was in the relationship or trying to leave the relationship.
Trying to leave would mean that she hadn't left yet. Agreed?
Correct.
So she'd still be in. Agreed?
Yes, but I don't know which she was.
Okay. Either in it or trying to leave it,
Yes,
but not yet left.
yes.
And that in your, what you knew about regarding based upon that conversation and your with her, you found her to be weak and vulnerable. Agreed?
Yes,
I think another word you've used in the past is fragile.
probably yes.
You said you were friends with Alex, is that right?
Yes,
Alex had told you he in the fall, November, December of 2017, that he was in a relationship, correct?
yes,
He did not immediately disclose who that was, correct?
correct.
He was secretive about that, agreed?
He was respectful of the privacy of that other person.
Oh, she didn't like that, did she? So Alex didn't tell you about this, did he? He kept it secret. He was respectful of the privacy of that, which really defends her friend.
Had told you he in the fall, November, December of 2017, that he was in a relationship, correct?
Yes,
He did not immediately disclose who that was, correct?
correct.
He was secretive about that, agreed?
He was respectful of the privacy of that other person.
Yeah, she's like, you're not going to reshape my words, buddy, with your fucking lawyer tricks and your wrapping technicalities around your own giant red Sharpie marker. You know, like, he was respectful of the privacy of that other person. Now back off. Anyway, one more time.
Correct?
Correct.
He was secretive about that, agreed?
He was respectful of the privacy of that other person.
He was also
They say they had a platonic relationship, right? But I think they'd have got together in the end. You know, they'd have probably been friends for and what do you call it? Roommates for a couple of years, and then so, hey, you know, should we just get married? We both love mustard cardigans. We're both really peaceful, and we could get married and have the whole wedding done in mustard tones. Let's do it. We could hold it at Racy Delane's.
not telling you, correct?
I wasn't asking.
You had to find out from somebody else other than your good friend who this person was that he was entering a relationship with, correct?
I would disagree with that.
You eventually found out who this person was,
Yes,
and you found that out from Alex.
from the things that he said and, you know, thinking about the things that he'd said, I figured it out.
So while he was respectful, he was certainly still telling you about that relationship, right?
Mentioning.
Welcome back, Leslie. Yeah, we're going to be really making an effort to be putting a lot more streams out from now. It's October 1st. And yeah, so we'll be on, and there's a lot to get through with this case. So don't worry, there's loads more to come.
That it existed, yes.
Mentioned it existed. He also mentioned facts, mentioned it was a male, correct?
I don't know that he said it was a male. I think he said he was seeing someone who was identifying as a male, possibly, but.
So I appreciate that distinction. So he made mention that the person he was seeing identified as a male, correct?
Yes.
and that he told you that things in that relationship would get kind of freaky, correct?
Chris Parks, Timothy is a name that Ezra tried out to see if it fit. And she decided it didn't. But now we've kind of taken to calling her Timothy. Just because we think it might upset her, and that would be funny.
I don't know that he used that word.
You used that word when you spoke with the police in describing what he talked about regarding their sex, right?
Yes, I don't know that he used that word, but I do recall having conversations, yes.
So for whatever reason, when you talked about what Alex had talked about, you chose to use the word freaky, right?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
So question to all you fashion heads out there, what if we clearly she's not going to be giving up the mustard cardigan. So what color would work for her undershirt? The gray is not popular, that's clear. What color would be good? What about a dark blue? It's going to have to be something earthy. I don't know.
Your relationship
Navy blue. Okay, there you go, Neville. Thank you.
with Alex, you said, was friendship, right?
Yes.
What we would commonly think of as platonic, correct?
Yes.
You did not have a sexual relationship with him, did you?
No.
You were not dating him, correct?
No.
There was no, like a better term, tension or attraction between the
Look at her expression on her face. I just think she's a really intelligent person. She's got this look on her face like, listen, buddy, I know you're here trying to paint my friend as a violent, raping, abusing bastard, but it's not working on me, son. So why don't you just get your questions out? I'll sit here and answer them, and then I'm going. Okay?
The two of you in that category. Agreed?
Agreed.
Your knowledge of him and his character was based upon your platonic friendship that you had with him, correct?
Yes.
You didn't read his journals, did you?
I read some of his writing. I don't know what journals you're referring to, but I'd read some of his
So you're
writing.
familiar with his writing?
Some of it, but as a writer myself, I think people write differently depending on what they're writing.
Sure. Are you familiar with the portion of his journal from November 9th, 2015 on DOJ 2482, in which he writes, I half-heartedly try to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure.
Hold on, you said November of 2015?
I apologize, it's November of 2017, I misspoke. Yes, it's from November of 2017. It's DOJ page number 2482 from his, and I believe I'm allowed to do this on cross-examination.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm objecting this is not McMorris for a witness. McMorris as to what the defendant may have in mind regarding these journals, but not with Ms. Cobbs.
It's not McMorris evidence, it's going to rebut her opinion testimony, and I can say what she does or she doesn't know in order to bring in specific instances.
All right, well, first of all, I thought there was a relevancy objection, and that was based, I thought you said 2015, so I thought, well, that would not be relevant, but if it's this November of 2017, I will allow you to go into that on cross-examination.
Are you aware of his journal from November 9th, 2017, in which he wrote, I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin, the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct. Are you familiar with that writing by Mr. Woodworth?
No.
Are you familiar with his writing from December 3rd of 2017, in which he writes, merely doing it as one witness.
Yeah, I think they have a dress code at Racy Delane's where it's like you need to have a vintage cardigan. You know, it's, you know, you can wear whatever shoes you want, but unless you're wearing a vintage cardigan, you can't come in here, man. It sounds like people were literally living there for like 12 hours a day. You finish your shift and you stay there on that vintage couch. The whole place must have smelled like a rabbit hutch, you know, with a dead rabbit in it. Just old straw. And that weird food that rabbits eat. What is with that food?
Will sexually makes consent irrelevant.
No.
Are you familiar with his writing from October 29th of 2017? Erotics always contain.
Objection, relevance. We don't even know if Ms. Cobbs has seen these. I mean, she's
Well,
seen.
that's the question, whether she has or not.
Right. So before he's reading them, I would prefer that she be shown them to see if she's actually seen these before they're read in open court.
I believe that that's the requirement. I get to cross-examine her to see if she knows something so that I can, for lack of a better term, discredit her opinion because it's based upon.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, what he wants to do is go through Alex's entire what do you call it? Volume of philosophical writings, and find the most sinister sounding sentences and read them out in court to help him paint a picture of a deranged cannibal rapist. Have we got to the cannibal stuff yet? That's the other thing. She also starts going on, yes, he was also eating people.
And Your Honor, also it's the rule of completeness. These are entire long journals and they're taking sentences out of them to try to make them construe what they really are. So, I mean, if we're going to go down this line, then she should be able to see the entire article to understand what Alex is saying.
We have no objection to the admission of his entire writing history and catalog.
Well, due to confusion, waste of time, and so on, and I think we're going to get there at some point. So we're not going to go into the entire journal at this point. So go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Are you aware of his writing from October 29, 2017, which he writes, erotics always contains violence that cannot be avoided. The secret is not avoiding the violence, but in living with it.
No.
You said that you met with him on March 10th, is that right?
I believe March 10th, I went to the coffee shop.
You
Yes,
saw him on March 10th, correct?
I believe so.
You made observations of him?
Yes.
And
Mr. Nelson, would you please put your microphone on while you're addressing the witness?
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. And when you met him on March 10th and made your observations, as you testified before, he seemed troubled. Agreed?
Yes, he wasn't, peppy and bouncing around the coffee shop like he often was.
He seemed troubled.
Yes,
And then you saw him on March 13th, correct?
yes,
You spoke with him.
yes,
He spoke with you.
yes,
And then you understood he was upset.
yes.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes. Are you familiar with nihilist or the word nihilism?
Yes.
What is that?
From my understanding, it's kind of an outlook in which I could be very wrong. Maybe you don't necessarily see a purpose in life as in like there's a lack of religion and there's no afterlife and that everything just is as it is and things can't be explained.
And would you ever use that to describe Alex?
I think that as a philosopher, I don't know. He was incredibly intelligent, so I don't know that sometimes I understood his views on things. But he certainly was devoid of a religious outlook on life, I think, towards the end.
So would you think he was more concerned about himself or more concerned about others?
He was definitely more concerned about others.
And did you worry about him as a cannibalistic person, like he was going to eat you?
Never.
Did you worry about him being violent towards you?
Objection
Never.
beyond the scope, 90404.
No further questions.
Okay, any, I guess recross, it's limited to the
Yes,
redirect.
I have one in particular. Are you familiar with his January 1st, 2018 resolution in which he writes, "I need to be more selfish." And he goes on to say, "Selfishness needs to find a place in my values." Are you familiar with that?
No, but that sounds like something he probably would have written.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay,
Well, can I ask a follow-up to that?
I think that's it. You can step down. And she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, but I think that was beyond the scope of my recross, so I feel like I should be able to ask a follow-up. I didn't ask about.
She asked if he was selfish and she said no, and I
think that was with.
She doesn't know whether to go or not.
That was beyond the scope of my recross, so I feel like I should be able to ask a follow-up. I didn't ask about.
She asked if he was selfish and she said no, and I
think that was within your redirect, so within the scope. Okay, are you ready with your next witness?
Yes, the state would call Brianna Larson to the stand.
How long is Brianna Larson? This will be our last one tonight, guys. Is it quite quick? Okay, it's not too long. We'll do this one.
State and spell your name for the record.
Allison Kexel, ALLYSON KEXEL.
Okay, I'm gonna have you speak up a little bit more. What is your occupation?
I am a barista at Racy Delene's Coffee Lounge.
Speak up even louder if you can.
Sorry, Andrea.
It's all right.
I am a barista at Racy Delene's Coffee Lounge.
Perfect.
She is pretty soft-spoken.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
And is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you describe what she's wearing and where she is seated?
She is wearing a light pink blazer. She is seated to my left, to the court's right.
And prior to March 22nd of 2018, how long did you know the defendant?
Approximately a year.
And how often would you see her?
Most days of the week, probably 5 to 6 days.
Was this when she was living in Eau Claire, Wisconsin?
Correct.
And what would you and the defendant do together?
We, of course, spent a lot of time at Racy's together, talking, drawing. I served her when I worked there as a waitress. We would go for walks together. She would shoot photos. We would spend time doing art together occasionally.
And did the defendant talk to you about her relationships?
Yes.
And what did she say?
Objection, bang.
What did she say?
Irrelevant.
I'll sustain in vagueness if you could be.
Which relationships did she talk to you about?
Specifically Jason.
And are you referring to Jason Mengel?
Yes.
What, if anything, did she say about her relationship with Jason Mengel?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Generally, our conversations were about how she felt uncomfortable in that relationship, micromanaged more so.
I know. What is it about this place, Racy Delane's? It's like people are just so into it. Like it's a big family, and it's like the Lost Boys or something, you know. They just need to be there. You're going to spend your entire week eating blueberry muffins and sitting on a vintage couch and having mochachinos.
Did the defendant talk to you about her gender identification?
Objection. This has been document 298. There's much litigation.
I think we might go and do Jason Mengel's testimony tomorrow, guys, because he's of all of the people of the Racy's crowd, he's the one that's just like, dude, we're not here to promote the coffee shop. We're going to ask you questions now about the case. Please don't elaborate on how you play Dungeons and Dragons at Racy's every day, all day, every week. I mean, it's like
Litigation about this.
he loves it. He really loves it. He even starts going on about how, like, what people do there, and he's like, well, sometimes we would wax poetic, and the court reporter who's trying to write everything down is like, what the fuck is that? What did you say? Yeah, we would wax poetic. Yeah. Oh, how trendy are you?
I'm going to sustain the objection on that.
Can we have a sidebar, Your Honor, about that?
Yes. Go ahead.
What did the defendant say about her gender identification?
Mostly that she was fluid, meaning some days she felt more masculine than others, that she would off and on wear makeup, change the style of clothing that she would wear.
And were you aware that the defendant and Alex Woodworth were involved in a relationship?
Not until months after.
When did you learn that?
I can't recall.
Do you recall observing an argument on the date of a pop-up art show?
Yes.
And was that on February 24th, 2018?
That is correct.
Is that the date when you learned about the defendant and Alex being in a relationship?
I can't recall.
Okay. So can you take me to this day on February 24th? What did you observe that day? Were you at Racy's coffee shop?
Yes.
And did you observe an interaction between Jason Mengel and the defendant?
Correct.
What did you observe?
Jason had asked Ezra to come outside so he could speak with her. It was around the time that we had to leave we were volunteers for the art show. And I went outside to bring her with me. I was giving her a ride there, and they were having what looked like a tense conversation outside in the parking lot.
And did you hear anything during that conversation?
I remember Jason saying something to the effect of,
Objection, hearsay.
Well, is this offered for the truth of the matter? Is this offered, what is the purpose for the?
It's just describing, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's to describe the context of that argument.
Objection, irrelevant.
All right, well, court has made a provisional ruling. I'm going to allow it, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
He said something to the effect of being upset with her sleeping with his friends.
And what did you observe the defendant doing during this time?
Yeah, that narcissistic, controlling, jealous thug. I'm upset because you're sleeping with all my friends. You know, you've slept with everyone at Racy's, my favorite place.
Standing there kind of complacently, in distress. I had, from a distance, asked her if she was ready to go. She snapped at me and said no, that she was in the middle of something. So Brianna Larson and I went to the art show together. She was also a volunteer.
And so did you observe Jason Mingle talk to anyone besides the defendant?
Correct.
Who else did he talk to?
Alexander Woodworth and John Hansen.
Did you observe when Mr. Mingle was talking to those individuals?
Yes.
Was it one at a time or both?
Correct.
One at a time?
Individually.
And so when you observed Jason Mingle talking to Alex, what was Alex's demeanor?
Collected. Cool.
Did it turn physical?
No.
Were you able to overhear yelling?
No. Most of us were inside. They were outside alone. But there was no yelling that I could see from inside.
And so you had talked about how the defendant snapped on you when you were supposed to ask her to go outside or to leave the situation. Is that right?
Correct.
And so did you go to the art show without her?
Yes.
And did you later have communication with the defendant?
Yes.
How so? Did she call you or text you?
She sent me a direct message over Instagram.
And what did she say?
I can't quote that verbatim. Something to the effect of, she apologized for the way that she had talked to me.
Okay. And did she ever join you for the art show?
No.
During your friendship with the defendant, did she mention a person named John Hansen?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about John Hansen?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Andrea, could you be more specific? We were all friends with John. So.
Okay. Was there a time where the defendant discussed spending a few days consecutively with Mr. Hansen?
That is correct.
And what did she tell you about that?
John Hansen is the guy that she would later go on to claim that he raped her in the night, and then she slept in his bed overnight, and then in the morning he raped her again, which was all false. It was completely consensual. But that was her way of explaining her actions to Jason when he found some text messages.
She told me that she had stayed there for the weekend and that she had participated in spending time with John and his son, and that they had made dinner together and things of that nature.
And did she appear upset?
Absolutely not.
Was there anything negative stated by the defendant regarding that few day stay with Mr. Hansen?
No, she seemed excited.
So after the sort of pop-up art show event where Jason Mingle had those discussions, did you see the defendant after that?
I don't believe so.
Did you learn if the defendant had moved?
Yes.
Do you know where she moved to?
Objection, no foundation. Irrelevant.
Well, I'm going to sustain irrelevance. Unless you have.
That's fine. It's okay. Did the defendant talk to you about Alex Woodworth?
Occasionally. Just passing conversation. We all knew him, so just conversations as a friend group, I suppose.
Did she talk to you about having a relationship with Alex?
Not necessarily an intimate one. However, she did spend nights there occasionally.
Do you recall her telling you how Alex felt about her?
Yes, there was a conversation about that.
And what did she say?
She had told me that Alex had expressed intimate feelings for her.
Do you know what those intimate feelings were?
He, I believe, at some point or another had told her that he loved her.
And did you see the defendant and Alex together at Racy's?
Yeah.
And what did you observe?
Having conversations, sitting together on the couch, sitting closely at times, which wasn't anything uncommon.
And when you observed the defendant and Alex together, did the defendant?
No, Neverly. This is Eau Claire, Wisconsin. They come out of the womb and they go to the coffee shop and they stay there for, 60 years. They go through every hipster vintage tone that there is, mustards, and what else is there? What else is a good hipster tone? Or shade, I should say shade. There's got to be a purple something in there. Grape, mustard and grape.
And didn't appear afraid of Alex?
No.
Did you also learn that the defendant would also stay at Alex's house?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
Multiple occasions, but I don't have dates.
I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ms. Kexel, you made observations of Ezra with Alex at Racy's, is that right?
That is correct.
And that was essentially from the fall of 2017 up until this event? Thank you, Judge. It was essentially from the fall of 2017 until this event in February 24th of 2018, is that right?
Summer 2017 until March.
Until February 24th.
Yeah, right, Leslie. There's got to be, I think 90 minutes to drink a cup of coffee. That's already pushing it. If I was the manager, I'd be walking round all these stupid oxblood vintage chairs with a stick saying, listen, buddy, you've been eating that panini for 4 hours. Wrap it up.
Excuse me, yes, until February 24th.
Okay. It was during those times where you saw Ezra and Alex sitting on the couch together.
Correct.
They seemed to get along well.
Yes.
They were in close proximity, right?
Correct.
Smiling.
Sure.
Talking.
Yeah.
And you learned from Ezra that according to Ezra, Alex had expressed his love for her, correct?
Correct.
And then February 24th, everything changed.
Sure.
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
State and spell your name for the record.
Brianna Larson, BRIANNALARSON.
What is your occupation?
I'm a barista.
Where do you work?
Racy's and Skill Shop.
Are those both coffee shops?
Yeah.
And
Skill Shop.
And what city do you live in?
Eau Claire.
And back in summer of 2017 to...
Is Skillshot like a corporate chain? Because I'm amazed that anyone that works at Racy's, the mecca of coffee, hipster coffee, could go to a chain.
March of 2018, did you also live in Eau Claire?
Should be in the contract. Like you work for us. You're here 18 hours a day minimum, and then you sleep on the oxblood sofa.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
I met her at Racy's.
And is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you describe what she's wearing and where she is seated?
A light.
I know, I've been thinking that Races would make a great TV show, but would it be too close to Central Perk? You know, I think you could change it up enough. And look at all the teenage drama we've got to work with.
Pink blazer, and she's sitting in the middle, on my left side, I guess.
And when did you first get to?
Why is everyone commenting on baristas? Is that not a respectable trade? What about if they do that thing with the foam where they make it into a smiley face? Or a really good feather? Some of those guys are really good at that.
To know the defendant?
I met her at Racy's. Jason brought her to Racy's and introduced me.
And Jason, do you refer to Jason Mengel brought her?
Yes.
You know, this girl's hair, bless her, you know. She's got nothing. She done nothing wrong besides that fucking haircut. It's like, it's almost Sarah Boone level of why? Why? Make it better. Sorry. What's this girl's name? Brianna. Sorry, Brianna.
And did you two become friends?
Yes.
Were you pretty close with her?
Yes.
Did she have a nickname for you?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
She called me her wife.
She called you her wife. Okay. Okay. Well, that must be fun.
And how would you describe the defendant when you first met her?
I'd say she was pretty bubbly, easy to talk to.
Did the defendant talk to you about her personal relationships?
Yes, sometimes.
And when she talked to you about them, were they always about men?
Objection irrelevant.
I can't remember.
Well, hold
fully.
on. What's objection is relevance?
Correct, Judge.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right, it's withdrawn.
When you became friends with the defendant, was she in a relationship with Jason Mengel?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her relationship with Mr. Mengel?
Yes.
What, if anything, did she say about that relationship?
Sometimes it was regarding how he felt about how she was changing her image sometimes, and it didn't make her feel very good.
So what do you mean how she was changing her image?
Just like changing how she dressed or taking piercings out of her face she didn't feel was appropriate anymore. She just didn't feel like wearing them. And Jason, it was like Jason, how she described it, felt like he was like the person he was in love with was changing.
So for like piercings, where did she have a piercing?
Septum.
Objection irrelevant.
Septum piercing.
Objection irrelevant.
Hold on. Stop. All right. Okay, Ms. Larson, if there's an objection, I just ask you to just stop and don't answer the question until it's been ruled on, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, so, Mr. Nelson, you made the objection.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm going to sustain on relevance as far as the,
I think it provides an explanation of the change of the defendant during this time, as well as context on their relationship.
well, the relationship, okay, but some of those other details I don't think are relevant.
Okay. So the defendant told you that so did the defendant talk to you about any other relationships besides her relationship with Jason Mengel?
Sorry, I just like need a moment. I'm pretty anxious right now.
Okay.
I imagine it would be pretty nuts. I mean, Samantha Cobes did really well on the stand. And Alison Kexel was a little quiet. More nervous than Samantha Cobes, but this Brianna Larson is having a full blown anxiety attack. But you know, she's on the stand, being asked questions, and everyone's looking at her. It must be really if you're not used to that.
It was mostly just
She looks like she's gonna faint.
like him kind of putting her down about her image and changing it, but
Sure. So I'm moving on though. Is there any other relationships that the defendant talked to you about?
not that I remember right now.
Do you remember her talking to you about her relationship with Alex?
Yes.
And when I mean that, Alexander Woodworth.
Yes.
What did she say about her relationship with Alex?
I don't remember specifically exactly what was said, but
Objection, no foundation. If she doesn't remember, as she just stated, I don't think she gets to guess.
Well, I'm going to overrule your objection. If she can, has a gist of what was the conversation, I think that is sufficient word for word. I don't think that's required. So I guess, Ms. Nodoff, please follow up with that. Just lay a little bit more foundation.
So what are you able to recall that the defendant told you about her relationship with Alex Woodworth?
they would just like hang out. Sorry, I'm having a really hard time right now.
Did the defendant say if she liked Alex or not?
Yes.
Suck it up, Brianna. Like, let's get this moving. The quicker we get through it, the quicker we get to it. You know, I mean, I you know, I got nothing against her. You know, she's not party to any of this. You know,
It was all positive things. I do remember that, and I did see like the relationship in person as well. And
you know, apart from the whole being on the stand thing, and she's obviously not someone who likes to be on stage, so to speak. But you know, the whole thing about all of what's happened with crazy Ezra stabbing Alex, nice guy Alex, philosophy Alex, Kierkegaard, reading Kierkegaard whilst having sex, Alex. Oh, that's the best image of tonight's show is this philosophy student wearing nothing but a mustard cardigan. Having sex with Timothy, reading from Kierkegaard, aloud by candlelight. What the hell?
And what did you observe when you saw the two of them together?
they would sit close, and they would giggle and laugh about things, and I don't know, share drawings and literature.
Did you learn that the defendant moved out of Jason Mengel's apartment or house at some point in their relationship?
Objection, irrelevant, and foundation. I don't know where the foundation is for this when she asked it in that manner, if she learned.
Well, to me, again, it sounds like a foundational type of question, so I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Do you know if Jason Mengel and the defendant lived together at some point?
They did.
Do you know when that was?
It was right before, I know that when she moved out, it was Valentine's Day.
Okay.
So I know it was up until that point. I don't remember when it started.
And where did the defendant live after she moved out of Jason's apartment?
I'm not sure of specific places. I know that.
And Valentine's Day comes up later in Ezra's text messages. She's contacting John. I keep forgetting his name. Is it Hanson? John Hanson. Whatever his name is. The guy with the kid. And she's like still you know, looking to come over and she's inviting herself for a booty call, basically.
That her car was a place of staying, but I don't know if she stayed at specific places other than the car.
Did the defendant tell you what she and Alex would do together?
Yeah, they would, yeah, it was like a relationship. It wasn't like details, but they would go on dates, sleep together.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you she was scared of Alex?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything negative about her relationship with Alex?
No.
Did the defendant tell you that she was concerned about what was written in Alex's journals?
No.
Were you also friends with Alex?
Yes.
How long were you friends with Alex?
I'm trying to think of when I first started going to races. Might be 3 years ago now. I know it was in the fall time. I just got a new job and he'd work nights at races, and I went there for a new place to go and meet people. He was one of the first people that served me and became my friend there.
And would you and Alex, was it, you'd always hang out at races?
Yeah.
And did Alex talk to you about his relationship with the defendant?
Yeah, sometimes.
Did he talk about any feelings or emotions he had for the defendant?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
He did tell me that he did love her.
Do you know approximately how long the defendant and Alex were in a relationship together?
I don't know the specific dates. I know it was in the fall time. I found out about the relationship when I went to a fire and she was there and she told me about it. I think it was probably around October. I know it was starting to get cold out.
And do you know when their relationship ended?
Probably around February, is my guess.
Okay. Did the defendant talk to you about John Hansen?
Yes.
And did she talk to you about spending time with John Hansen when Mr. Mingle was gone for a weekend?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She told me that her and John hung out for a weekend and she drank a lot of wine and he helped her hold her hair up while she threw up and was just there for her, and she told me she had a really good time.
And when she told you she was having a really good time, did she appear upset?
No.
Did you learn that the defendant filed a report against John Hansen?
Objection, no foundation, it's false.
All right, what? I'm going to overrule. And
Can we have a sidebar, Judge?
all right. Excuse me. Objection is sustained, and Ms. Nodoff is going to rephrase your question.
Did the defendant talk to you about an investigation regarding a sexual assault?
I didn't hear it from her.
Okay, then I don't want you to go any further. And do you recall being at Racy's coffee shop on February 24th, 2018, the date of the pop-up art show?
Yes.
And what is this pop-up art show?
It's like an unknown place where the art show is, and it's released that day. So people wait to find out the location and see what art is there.
And did you have plans with the defendant for that show?
Yes.
What were those plans?
We were supposed to volunteer, just like help things go smoothly with the art there. Some of it was you could grab it or do other things with it. So we were just there to help people along with the art.
And Did those plans change?
Yes.
And how did they change?
Jason came to Racy's that day very upset, and he found out about the affairs that were happening.
Objection, move to strike. Lack of knowledge, no foundation, opinion.
All right, I'm going to sustain, but if you just, Ms. Nolan, if you ask her what she observed, just stick to, and here's the thing, I know you're nervous. I don't want to get you more nervous, but you can only testify about what you know of your own knowledge, okay? And your own observations, not what other people are telling you. Okay, so Ms. Noldoff, go ahead with the question.
So did you observe a conversation between the defendant and Jason Mingle on that day?
I did. I didn't hear it. I could see it through the windows at Racy's outside.
So
I could see Jason moving his arms a lot. He had a very angry face. And then he came inside and asked John to come outside with him. And then asked, after he had John come outside with him, asked Alex to come outside with him. He was a very stern, angry voice.
And did you observe Alex Woodworth go outside?
Yes.
And what did you observe of Alex when he was out there with Mr. Mingle?
I couldn't see him through the window, but after Jason was done, I went outside and Alex was just sitting on the bench. He was fine. I think that he was just like, I don't know. He was very calm about it.
Okay.
I guess.
And did Alex tell you what happened during that conversation?
We didn't really talk much about it. We had to go to the art show like right after, so I didn't really bring it up. I just asked him if he was okay, and he said yeah.
And so after this date, did you see the defendant again after the pop-up art show date?
Yeah, I did see them, but it wasn't as often. I guess I did see them after.
Sorry, who's them?
The defendant.
Okay, and anyone else?
With the group? I'm sorry.
See, she was just using a neutral pronoun. She said them, but she was just talking about Ezra.
Right, can you repeat the question?
So you said you saw them together.
Oh no, I just meant like her.
Okay.
Sorry.
And where would you see the defendant?
Or it. The defendant.
At Racy's, she'd come by sometimes.
And were you guys still friends?
Kind of. There was a lot of drama happening. I kind of just stopped talking. Didn't really want to be a part of it.
And after February of 2018, this pop-up art show, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor?
Objection, vague, irrelevant. Opinion 90404.
Observe any change in her demeanor?
If she wants to talk about a specific date and how she made an appearance, but just a general opinion is 90404.
All right, well, I'm going to sustain the objection. If you have something specific, you can ask about that, but that's pretty general and open.
Sure. Did the defendant, you described her as kind of bubbly at first. Was she still a bubbly, friend when you saw her in February of 2018?
Not so much. I think there was times, but it seemed like she was going through a hard time.
And did the defendant ever talk to you about cutting herself?
Yes.
And what did she say?
Objection, vague, time.
Overruled.
We were at Racy's, we were outside and it was night out, and we decided to smoke a cigarette, and she talked to me about how she cut herself. And so I talked to her about it because I've also done that myself. It's just like reaching out. We just talked about it and how sometimes you need a physical thing to break up the emotional pain.
Do you know when this conversation took place?
I believe it was either late of that year or right in the beginning of that year,
So either December or January of,
somewhere around that time.
did the defendant show you where she had cut herself?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was on the arm.
What did you observe?
Even lines, I guess, on the arm. Wasn't too many.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thanks. Just follow up right away about that. How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
I want to ask you some questions about this conversation you said you had with Ezra.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Love being here.
The end of 2017, beginning of 2018, okay?
Okay.
And it was about her telling you that sometimes.
And we've got a front on view of the haircut now. It really is a kind of, it's almost like an optical illusion. You know, if you just saw the side, it wouldn't look too bad. But then you've got this big middle bit at the top. Right?
Sounds like she was in emotional pain and she needed to break that up by doing something physical, correct?
Well, it was.
The cutting, that's what I meant.
Right, we're
She
talking
told
about
you
the
that,
cutting.
and she told you that the reason she did it was she was in emotional pain and wanted to do something physical,
No, this,
break it up. That's what you'd said. Agreed?
she didn't specifically say that to me. I talked to her about it and I said, it's okay. Like I've done that sometimes. We can do that to break up the physical pain from the emotional pain, 'cause emotional pain can be too much.
Understood. I misunderstood it before. So these were your words that you shared with her.
Yes, talking to her about it,
Kind of a,
trying to be a friend.
yeah, a mirroring. She tells you something and you're like, you're not alone.
Yes,
You're saying this happens, correct?
yes,
In fact, I suspect within your friend group, it's not uncommon. Within people your age that you've talked with within your friend group, it sounds like this act that you talked about, that's not uncommon.
Objection relevance.
I wouldn't assume
First
that all my
cross-examination.
friends.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll just stop. Recorder didn't get it. Okay, so Mr. Nelson, you asked the question, state objection relevance. I'm overruling the objection. You can answer.
What was he trying to say? That everyone in races is an emotionally challenged, self-harming cutter. She didn't like that, did she?
To the question, I think you did, but do you remember what the question was? Because we didn't get it down. What was the answer to the question?
I'm kind of confused by the question.
Sure. You were talking about, as we're talking about cutting, and you're sharing that that was an experience that you've done, correct?
Right.
And my question to you is that act that you were talking about, cutting, to, as you say, deal with the emotional pain with something physical. My question to you is, you would agree that that's not uncommon within your friend group?
I would say that I wouldn't know that. I feel like a lot of my friends have other ways of coping, and it's not always cutting.
Okay, but some other friends, and we don't need to name names, but some other friends have shared with you that that's something that they've done, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to take you through chronologically here quickly. You met Ezra. She's bubbly, right?
Right.
Easy to talk to. Yes?
Yes.
Friendly.
Yes.
Outgoing.
Yes.
Trusting.
At the time, yeah, I didn't know her very well.
She was trusting of others. Not that you were trusting of her. She is trusting of others, correct? She was open and generous.
She was pretty open.
Okay. Generous.
Yeah.
She talked to you about Jason Mengel, who she was living with, correct?
Yes.
Told you about how he was putting her down,
correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Racy's is the kind of place where someone, you know, you'll go to meet someone there and they'll show up coming down the street on a unicycle, you know, while juggling.
That he was, I think your terms were,
They're going to have a spoken word poetry session on Wednesday afternoons.
she was worried about how he was changing her, correct?
Oh, no, he was worried about how she was changing her image, that she was changing. And he was nervous he was losing the person he loved.
This is what Ezra had expressed.
Yes, Ezra told me about, yeah.
So
the whole
Ezra
image
told
thing.
you about what Jason told her.
Yes, and then I later heard it from Jason,
Okay.
different time.
So Ezra was growing in a certain direction, and it sounds like Jason didn't like that direction in which she was growing or evolving, correct?
Correct, it seemed like he was getting nervous.
Okay. And then in February, on February 24th, you were at Racy's inside, correct?
Correct,
And you looked out the window and you saw Jason, right?
correct,
And you saw Ezra.
yes,
And Jason, you said, looked angry.
yeah,
He was waving his arms around.
yes,
Without hearing it, did it appear as if he was yelling?
yes.
Pointing his finger or shaking his hands at Ezra?
Doing, yeah, a lot of arm gestures.
Okay. And Ezra was complicit.
Yeah,
She stood there
yeah.
meekly.
I couldn't, I guess she just stood there.
She just stood there, correct? You didn't see her making any physical response. Agreed?
Not that I remember.
It did not appear as if she was even verbally responding. Agreed?
I suppose I couldn't hear anything, so I couldn't say.
But you didn't see anything to indicate that she was making words with her mouth, right?
No, I had a better angle of Jason.
Okay. Did you see Jason pause to appear to listen at any time, or was it just Jason was on an angry rant?
I don't remember fully, but it was mostly Jason speaking. Yes.
And then after that, you didn't see much of Ezra around Racy's. Agreed?
Agreed.
Prior to that, you'd heard that her and Alex were also in a relationship, correct?
Correct.
And that Alex loved her, correct?
Correct.
And then on this February 24th, Alex was spoken to by Jason as well, correct?
Correct.
And what you heard was a stern, angry voice, correct?
Like I said, yes. When he came inside, he just said, "You need to come outside with me. I need to talk to you." And that's the voice I heard. It was stern and it was serious.
And when, after Jason had been done moving his arms and being angry at Ezra, did you see where Ezra went?
I know that after he was done
Did you
speaking,
see where Ezra went?
her and Jason went over into an alleyway area after he was done speaking to John and Alex. I don't know where she went while he was talking to them. I'm assuming outside on the side, but I don't know specifically where she was while he was talking to them.
She didn't come into Racy's. She was out of your view.
Yes.
And at some point you saw Jason go over and, for lack of a better term, collect her.
I couldn't see. At that point, there wasn't windows on that part. There's two big windows, and I could only see what was going on there, and she was not in my view.
Okay, so
I'm not sure.
So once Ezra left Jason, you didn't see Ezra again that night, correct?
No. We left Racy's to go to the art pop-up, and the last time I saw her that day was when she was talking to Jason by the alleyway at Racy's.
And so,
Which is why she didn't show up, sorry.
You're fine. I just want to make sure I get the chronology right.
Yeah.
We had Jason and Ezra outside, correct?
Yes.
You don't see Ezra anymore.
Right.
You see Jason yelling at Alex.
Correct.
Jason yelling at John.
Correct.
John and Alex leave. Or
Alex was still outside. I don't remember where John went.
you come
He
out.
might have still been inside. I know he came back inside.
You come outside and you observe Jason.
I only saw Alex on the bench. At this point, Jason and Ezra were off talking in the alleyway area.
So you came outside and you observed Jason.
I observed Alex,
In addition to observing Alex, you observed Jason.
I suppose, not close.
Sure.
But yes,
You saw him with your eyes.
yes, while I was leaving, yes,
And he was in the alley.
yes.
And he was in the alley with Ezra.
Right,
That's the last that you saw that night, correct?
yes, correct.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Larson. That's all. Please step down. And she released from her subpoena, free to go?
She is for today, but she's not fully released.
Okay. So you may have some reason to recall her?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What would be the next witness, Mr.?
Next witness would be Court Fox, Your Honor. I expect he's going to be wild.
All right.
At least 40, half hour, 45 minutes.
The next witness will be Court Fox, guys. Court Fox. What a fantastic name is that? If I ever have kids, they are all being called Court Fox. You know, every single one of them. Court Fox. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of dogs called Court Fox. I think it's KORTFOX. That's his name. He's actually quite good. In the victim impact statements, he comes in and he does a clever little trick. Well, I won't tell you. We'll get there. But tomorrow, guys, we're going to wrap it up for tonight now. But for tomorrow, we've got, what is it? Jason Mengel on the stand. He's got quite a lengthy testimony. Maybe we'll throw in a couple of things beforehand, a couple of things after. But Jason Mengel is a special type of witness. I really just don't think he understands what he's meant to be doing in court. It's pretty funny. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow, guys. Same time, roughly. Maybe 7:30 Eastern. Yeah. So thanks for everybody in the stream, and we will see you all tomorrow. Good to see you. Catch you later, guys.